If a couple of us could be made co-hosts too, that would, thank you. Perfect. We are ready to begin. Good evening, everyone. I call this meeting to order at 6:34 p.m. Thank you all for being here tonight. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that it's been almost a year to the day since the HRC last met in person. Yet, nevertheless, we are all still here and still working for our community. It's been a year of incredible economic and personal loss, pain, and fear in our community. So thank you, commissioners, and thank you, staff, for your dedication to continuing this work. We are really honored to have around 20 incredible nonprofits joining us tonight. We are humbled to learn about your work and hear about how you've endured in this pandemic and how much you've done to support our community. We admire your persistence and thank you all for all you have done and all that you will do. We are inspired by your tenacity. So thank you for being here tonight and sharing to us how you serve our community. I'd also like to thank all of our staff for all the work they've done to make tonight happen. I know it's been many, many hours. So we do have hard work ahead of us here tonight as funding requests exceed availability, but I promise we are all prepared and ready to do our best. I also want to mention that staff, Fernando and myself, have calculated that this meeting will run until at least 9:30 p.m. tonight, which is really an eternity on Zoom. So thank you all for your patience with this process. I will offer breaks at least once, and we'll be using the raise hand features and other measures to bring a bit of order and to the Q&A and deliberations. As a reminder, if commissioners and others wish to take a video break at any time, you can mute your video. So now on to the meeting. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-2920, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the Human Relations Commission are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/HRC_speakers. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the commission. And I do want to note that we did receive some, so thank you. Now, I will ask the Assistant to the City Manager, Christina Gilmore, to proceed with roll call.
Commissioner Ball.
Present.
Commissioner Lin.
Here.
Commissioner Wakidu.
Here.
Commissioner Solomon.
Here.
Commissioner Webb.
Here.
Vice Chair Romero.
Here.
And Chair Sylvester.
Here. Next will be minutes approval. The minutes for the February 3rd, 2021 meeting have been delivered to commission members and copies posted on the City Hall bulletin board. If there are no corrections or additions, a motion is in order to approve these minutes. Do I have any corrections or additions? Seeing none, a motion is in order to approve the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes from the February meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomon. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I believe we need a roll call vote. Is that correct, Christina?
That is correct. Commissioner Ball.
Aye.
Commissioner Lin.
Yes.
Commissioner Wakidu.
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Vice Chair Romero.
Yes.
Chair Sylvester.
Yes. The meetings are approved. So moving on to item 4, oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the commission on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the commission from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on non-agenda items? If so, please click the raise hand feature in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you're calling in. The assistant to the city manager will display a timer on the screen. I am checking to see. Christina, do you see anyone? I do not see anyone with a raised hand. Do you?
I do not. No.
Okay. Great, thank you. I will close oral communications. We are moving right along to item 5, unfinished business. We have none. So moving on to the big business of the night, item 6, new business. This is item 6.1, recommendations for fiscal year 2021-22 annual action plan. The Human Relations Commission will now hold a public hearing to hear presentations from agencies seeking fiscal year 2021-22 annual action plan funding and make funding recommendations for City Council consideration. That is very hard to say without breathing. We will start with a staff presentation by our Community Development, Neighborhoods and Housing Division by Senior Planner Orlando Reyes-Rodas. He will lead the discussion and provide the direction on public hearing protocols and requirements. After his remarks, the commissioners can ask the staff questions. We will use the raise hands feature to keep things going along easily. So after the commissioner questions on the staff report, we will then hear from the applicants. Each presentation will be immediately followed by commissioner questions. After all of the presentations, we will hold public comment, during which any member of the public can share their comments on the staff report or on the applicants. That is when non-recommended applicants can also present. After that, we will deliberate and then make our final recommendations. Orlando, are you ready? Please present when you are.
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, everyone else. Can you guys hear me and see me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you all for having me. This would be my, I think, second HRC meeting, the first under a Zoom meeting. And I can tell you my experience right now, it's like probably like what pilots experience. I have 10 screens, little screens, big screens, and I'm hoping I don't push the wrong button. So with that, bear with me as I will swap my screen. Turn off my video here so you don't see my eyes rolling around all the screens. And switch over to what should be a presentation. Okay, I'm getting some nods. Sounds like you can see it. If you hear a pause, that's just me shrinking my screens because I have many. Okay, so good evening. My name is Orlando Reyes, as mentioned. I am the Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. I will be providing to the HRC today for consideration funding recommendations for fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. The purpose for tonight's meeting is for the HRC to make funding recommendations to City Council for the two items listed on the PowerPoint presentation. To help with your recommendations, the HRC will hear my presentation, which I'm going through now, for the Notice of Funding Availability applicants, followed by the presentations by the applicants. The result being public service activities as part of the annual NOFA process and direct allocation of CDBG and home investment partnership program funds for capital projects. First, some background. The City of Mountain View is an entitlement jurisdiction. What that means is it is a direct recipient of both CDBG and home funds without having to receive funds through the state. The process for receiving these funds is also to abide by the consolidated plan and the annual action plan. Applicants that are awarded will be included in an annual action plan and submitted to HUD. The annual action plans promote or advance the consolidated plan goals, which is the 5-year plan. So every year has an annual action plan within that 5-year consolidated plan goal. Within that consolidated plan. The city holds normally a NOFA process to determine the use of funds. Generally, that NOFA process is for both public service activities, which are based on 2-year cycles, and capital projects, which are annual cycles. For the current NOFA fiscal year 21-22, the allocation that we've received from HUD, this is as of yesterday, is $600,917 for CDBG and $271,350 for home. The information shown here will help us inform the next slide, of which is a component of the CDBG piece. For the current NOFA, the 21-22, the following is the process. In this NOFA, only public service activities were eligible to apply for the NOFA. It is the first year of a 2-year cycle. Again, with public services, it's always a 2-year cycle. And the 2-year cycle being the 21-22 and subsequently 22-23. For this current NOFA, a public service only activity, the application period was open from December 22 and closed on February 5th at 5 p.m. All applications were required to be submitted online via our third-party platform called Zoom Grants. To help with the applications, the NOFA instructions were provided via written instructions and guidance. We also held a mandatory pre-submittal webinar, which was held live and recorded and made available. The recording was made available for the applicants. And then finally, staff was available to help answer questions throughout the entire application period. The funding sources for the current NOFA, again, specifically for public services, for CDBG, it's $340,000. This $340,000 is made, this full amount is made available in year 1, or now, once awarded, and applicants are allowed to, or awardees are allowed to spend it over a 2-year cycle. General fund, the general fund portion of the NOFA consists of $171,000. This amount is based on a yearly allocation. I did want to note that, again, with regards to the CDBG, although the allocation is larger, the total allocation for CDBG is $600,000, the portion that can be used for public services results in $340,000, and that's a function of 15% of the grant allocation plus any program income. For public services, for general fund, the 171 has been the allocation for the current year, which is the 19-20 and 2021. And it is estimated to be the same for this NOFA for the 21-22. I did want to note that for this current year, 19-20 and 2020-21, Council had approved additional funding of $49,600 on top of the $171,000. We'll talk about that later again, but I did want to flag that the $171 at the moment does not include what has been in the active period. Modifications to the NOFA process. There are 2 modifications to the NOFA process. The first is that the CDBG funds are being made available, 2 years worth are being made available in year 1 instead of a year by year. And the reason for this is given the amount of funding available for CDBG. I mentioned it's 340,000. Normally that amount is not the case. It's atypical to receive that amount of funds. And the reason we have that much more funds for CDBG this time around is due to grant repayments or program income that has been received from developers that were provided grants years ago. And so we received more repayments. So program income combined with the current allocation results in 340,000, and that amount is much larger. That's why item number 1 has been made to accommodate for that, to allow applicants the opportunity to plan out and maintain services steadily for those 2 years at these larger amounts. With regards to the general funds, the 171,000, there is no change. That continues to be awarded on a year-by-year basis, meaning that year 1 is awarded. However, year 2 is conditional based on the subject to the satisfactory performance and availability of funds in year 2. And item number 2, direct allocation of funding for capital projects instead of incorporating into the NOFA process. In the past, the NOFA has included both public services and capital project funding. In this NOFA, the allocation is, the modification is to direct the funding for capital projects to a capital project. And we'll talk about this a little bit more later. For now, we'll be focusing on item 1 and the NOFA as it relates to public services. The NOFA eligibility requirements are the following. Number 1, applicants are limited to 501c3 organizations, nonprofit organizations, government agencies, and school districts. The activity must serve families or households earning 80% or less of the area median income. These are hard regulations on the use of CDBG. Number 3, it's meet one of 3 national objectives. Those national objectives include benefiting a low to moderate income person, aiding in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight, and 3, meet an urgent need. So as long as one of those 3 are met, applicants are eligible for CDBG. And the last bullet point, meet one or more of 6 priority goals in the city's 2020 to 2025 consolidated plan. Those 6 priorities include increasing affordable housing, responding to homelessness, supporting social services, enhancing physical infrastructures, addressing and promoting fair housing, and number 6, promoting economic resiliency. So these are the eligibility requirements for CDBG. I'm going to take a pause to make sure that everybody can still see me, hear me. Okay, I got some nods. The NOFA eligibility for the general funds are the following. The purpose for general fund use for this NOFA is, as noted there, for educational, cultural, arts, and other programs not eligible for federal funds. Also, to supplement the federal funding for public service activities. And the timeline application process, review and approval process for general funds is the same as CDBG. So the process that we're describing and the process that the applicants went through is the same for CDBG as it is for general funds. The NOFA application questions consisted of 6 areas. These areas are furthering the consolidated plan goals. Again, as described, there are 6. Those goals identify what the city is, identify the city's goals for the next 5 years. The next bullet point here, project benefits low to moderate income. We spoke about that under the eligibility. Program outcome and monitoring was another area within the application. Staff experience, financial oversight, and previous experience. That can include if previously funded with CDBG at another jurisdiction or location, and if not, then they could explain that as well. Project scope, timeliness, and location. That also included questions about whether the location was here in Mountain View, and if not, how were services made accessible to those which are planned to be served, including those of protected class or who may have disabilities and have limited access to the locations. So explanations for those questions were also included. And then finally, budget justifications. Both a budget and an expenditure plan were also part of the application process. All of these items you found in the binders that the commissioners received. As an application summary, 18 total nonprofits applied, 22 public service activities seeking funding were identified, and of all the applicants, there were 3 nonprofits that applied for both CDBG and general funds. That includes the Community Services Agency, which identified 3 activities seeking funding for those 3 activities, the Day Worker Center, 2 activities, and Ravenswood Family Health Network, again, 2 activities there. Continuing on the application summary, the total funds requested exceeded available funds. This is a fundamental point to take into consideration. Total funds requested were $586,927 for CDBG. Available is $340,000. In yellow, it describes the oversubscribed amount. So the funding oversubscription is $246,927 for CDBG. For the general fund, also oversubscribed, but not as significantly as the CDBG. The oversubscription is $47,475. These amounts reflect should the applicants be funded for the full amounts requested. The evaluation framework is the following. Again, the NOFA is heavily oversubscribed as described for CDBG and less so for the general fund. It's not possible to fund all of the activities for the full amounts requested. Clarity, completeness of the application, and strong demonstration of need, well-reasoned budget justifications and expenditure plans was needed. The application process was competitive. There are strong organizations that submitted applications. And so this bullet point did take into part as all applications came in very strong and the differences being minor between the following. The recommended funding is for the top ranked applications for full or nearly full amounts requested versus funding all applications at their lower amounts. All applications included or were required to provide, again, both a budget and an expenditure plan that clearly described and showed and demonstrated the use of those funds. I will highlight at this point that, again, for those applying for CDBG funds, it is for a 2 years worth of funding that's available in the first year. And for those applying for the general fund, it's a 1-year allocation. The second year is always contingent on the performance and availability of funds. The following are the CDBG recommendations. The first is the senior adults legal assistance. There's a column there that identifies the amounts requested for the 2 years. And the far right column identifies the amount recommended for those 2 years in total. So there is senior adults legal assistance seeking service funding for legal assistance for elders, Community Services Agency seeking for their senior case management program, Next is Next Door Solutions, support services for survivors of domestic violence, seeking $15,000. The recommendation is for 14. Vista Center for the Blind, for the Vision Loss Rehab Program, the Bill Wilson Center, Catholic Charities, Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, and the CSA Homeless Prevention Services, Homeless Prevention Services Program. These applications can also be seen in your binder in the order presented. So Senior Adults Legal Services would be number 1 in the order of the binder. I'll emphasize again that the applicants were responsible to ensure their complete, accurate information as required, and that they've answered all the questions as thoroughly as they could. After identifying and ranking those for the CDBG recommendations, the following are listed as not recommended for CDBG funds. And the reason, as denoted in the evaluation framework, based on ranking, they fell below after having sorted for funding. So the first is the Day Worker Center. It requested funding for 2 activities. Their Education Skills and Job Placement Program is what's not being recommended. They requested $60,000 in CDBG funds. However, their second activity, which is the Healthy Meals Program, which they submitted a request for under the general fund, has been recommended for funding. Ravenswood Family Health Network is the other organization that requested funding for 2 activities. As you can see there, their request for the CDBG portion for the COVID-19 vaccination program, a program which is to run for 6 months, is not recommended for under the CDBG program or funding. However, their second activity, which is primary health care for uninsured city residents, requested for $25,000 in general funds and is being recommended for funding. Applicants that were not recommended for funding, just to describe overall, either not funded, either lacked some clarity or information in one or more areas such as number of intended beneficiaries, documentation to support the number of dedicated staff, a detailed expenditure plan, method and tools for tracking the progress of the proposed activity. And again, while all of them are strong, it was unfeasible to fund all of them given the oversubscription. Continuing on that list for CDBG applicants, Life Moves, their case management of the Graduate House, requesting $69,000 in CDBG, did not make it to the list for CDBG recommendations. Child Advocates of Silicon Valley is an advocacy program for foster youth. The following was not recommended for CDBG funds, however, is being recommended for general funds. I'll highlight here that of the CDBG applicants who were not recommended for funding, they were all collectively reevaluated and looked at to be considered for the balance available under the general fund category. And of that, Child Advocates is the one that placed for funding under the general funds. So being moved from CDBG to the general fund bucket. As noted there, they have met their stated goals each year. There is a continued need for their activity, and their additional funding amount requested was low and matched the room available under the general funding bucket. The following are the general fund recommendations, again, using the 171,000 allocation. Same structure. The first column is the applicants, the second column is the 1-year funding request, and the third is the recommended 1-year total. just to reemphasize that those seeking general funds would only be allocated for 1 year, the second year depending on their performance and availability of funds. Here we have Community Services Agency, their senior nutrition program, the Health Trust, Meals on Wheels, the United Way of the Bay Area, that's the 211 program or the hotline. Parents Helping Parents, to support families raising children with special needs. Ravenswood's Family Health Network, the Primary Health Care for Uninsured Mountain View Residents, Healthier Kids Foundation, the Vision for Screening, the Day Worker Center Healthy Meals Program, Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto, and Child Advocates of Silicon Valley Advocacy Program for Foster Youth. These recommended general fund applicants also continue down the list within your binder. You'll see them in your binder denoted on the right-hand column that says general funded. I'll pause here again just to check to make sure my video is still running. Everybody can see me and hear me. Okay. Again, stressing the competitiveness of this application and the ranking of which these fell for funding and those that did not. The two that did not fall under funding recommendation are the Young Women's Christian Association of Silicon Valley, the program, or the YWCA, the program being the Domestic Violence Services to Mountain View Residents. Their request was for $38,000 of general funds. The next is the Community School of Music and Arts, requesting $25,000 of general funds. I will identify that both the YWCA and Community School of Music and Arts did reach out, and I believe also have submitted for public comment to speak and be heard regarding the status of their recommendations. Moving on back to capital projects, as mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, it's also staff's recommendation to allocate approximately $3.7 million available of CDBG and home funding for capital projects. So now we're leaving the conversation about public services and focusing on capital projects for the moment. The amount of CDBG and the amount of home funds is significantly larger than in the past. And the reason for that is, unlike previous years, for this NOFA, additional program income was received. Again, that just means that some developers were able to repay their grants in full or repay it in portion, and the accumulation of those funds combined with the allocation for this year, the allocation of 600,000 and change, 65% of that allocation plus program income is what equals to 2.4 million for home. The home allocation, or 75% of that per HUD regulations, plus any program income, is what results in the 1.3 million. So the recommendation here is to directly allocate these funds identified for capital projects. Historically, the NOFA does include CDBG and home. However, for the following reasons, we're recommending direct allocation. The first is it's difficult to find capital projects to fund. Both the timing necessary for developers to prepare for and submit for applications is one challenge. The other is the timing. The next one is HUD does provide the jurisdictions the flexibility to directly use federal funds to meet objectives identified in the consolidated plan. This means this again, just to emphasize it, is that the city does have the flexibility to directly use those funds and apply them to an immediate need or objective within the that meets to an objective that meets the con plan. To that end, the city has various affordable housing projects now, including a potential rehab of Crestview Hotel. And then finally, we did check with developers before pursuing this path, and none indicated they would be applying for capital projects. Thus, we're recommending that the capital project funding available be directly allocated for this purpose. Alternatives. The 2 bullet points are one is to support staff's recommendation as described, or 2, provide other input for funding recommendations. In terms of next steps, it's the following 2. The first is following HRC's deliberation and recommendations. Those would be taken for consideration to the City Council hearing on April 27th. Thereafter, when City Council makes their final recommendations for funding, that would be included in the annual action plan, which is submitted to HUD by May 15th, 2021. And with that, it concludes my presentation. I will pause there. Not sure how to return. Or I guess everybody's, some members are hosts here.
So Orlando, you can unshare your screen, and then Ida Rose can call on commissioners who have questions of you following the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Orlando. That was extremely helpful and thorough. So I just want to go through a short process. I ask any commissioners who wish to ask questions of the staff to use the raise hand feature on Zoom. I will ask people to limit their questions to 2 to begin. We'll go around the room, or I guess around the screen, and then I'll double back to see if there are additional questions from commissioners. So I have a few, but I'll go later. I didn't see everyone's hand showed up all at once on my screen, so I'll call on Julie Solomon.
Thank you. Orlando, thank you very much for that presentation. Are you able to hear me? For some reason, sound is sounding a bit garbled to me. You can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you. I do have a couple of follow-up questions about points where the budget that I saw in the proposal didn't match what I saw in the city staff information, including what you just presented, Orlando. And I do realize that part of the reason for the discrepancies is that some of the proposals for general funds included 2 years instead of 1 year. I'm not referring to those. Specifically, Healthier Kids Foundation, my read of the proposal was that they stated they would have $12,495 of expenses, but they appeared to state consistently that their request was for $11,900. But in the city staff materials, it said $12,495. So I wasn't sure if there was a follow-up process that after these proposals were made available. That was one. And the other was that my understanding of Life Move's proposal, I realized that city staff are not recommending it for funding, but was that for CDBG was that the total request was $69,020, not $69,200. I think there may have just been a transposition of 2 numbers. Because we will probably be having some deliberations in which we may be looking at numbers and how much is left or not left, I'd like to be sure that we're in agreement and all on the same page about the total request from each organization that is under consideration this evening. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Solomon. With regards, the Healthier Kids Foundation will also have a presentation later. Their request for first year is $12,495, and the request for the second year is $13,119.75 for collectively $25,614 from the city's general fund. The amount identified in the staff report for the Healthier Kids Foundation, since it is general fund, the allocation is only for 1 year. The staff report did make effort to review both their budget, expenditure plans, their expenditure plans, and their narrative to identify what that amount is. So in the case of the Healthier Kids Foundation, $12,495 is the amount requested under the general fund for year one.
That is what their budget narrative says, but I mean, the cover page and the budget say 11,900. But if there's already been if that's already been resolved, thank you.
Yeah. On some occasions, applicants, the number on the cover page may have been off. However, their expenditure plan, coupled with some of the attachments that one could see through Zoom grants, we're able to corroborate and confirm those amounts. In addition, I did receive the presentations from the applicant and was able to double check those numbers, but certainly we can look at them when they come through, and they all aligned with the amounts identified both in Table A and Table B.
Thank you.
With respect to your second question, sorry, I missed the name of the organization.
Oh, yes. Life Moves appeared to have a total request over the 2 years of the CDBG grant of $69,020 and not $69,200. So I wondered if there was just a transposition.
One moment, and I'll pull it up here just to double check. I think I mentioned it in the. I see. So in the let me check if I'm on mute here.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. In the presentation, I denoted 69,200, and with Life Moves. I do see 69,200. I see 34,000 for year one and 35,200 for year two.
Oh, I'm seeing in the budget narrative 35,020 in the binder.
One second, I'm moving over to the binder.
Yes, in the budget narrative, that's where I saw it.
I see the budget narrative here reflecting 34,000 in CDBG funds for 21-22. And 1, 2, 3. I see. It does say 35,020 or 35,020 for fiscal year 23.
If I might make a suggestion, as the difference is not, it could be considered de minimis, and it might take a while to try to reconcile what clearly are two different numbers provided in the application, that we table that question and can, as it becomes necessary to have that degree of accuracy, we can circle back to it, including connecting with the applicant.
Thank you.
Moving along, I'd like to thank Julie for those questions. I definitely had the same question about a couple of the numbers. So thank you for someone else catching that too. Next, Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, I have a similar set of concerns. In this case, it looked like there were two sets of numbers that appeared to be doubled, and I want to just make sure that this was done deliberately on consultation. In particular, the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center and the Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County. Both of the numbers in our table appear to be doubled from the numbers in the binder. And I'm guessing this has to do with them accidentally doing for a single year, but I want to verify that that has been confirmed.
If I may make a suggestion, I think a few of us have questions about some of these numbers, so maybe we can put them out on the table and Orlando can take a look while we're not all staring at him, and get back to us perhaps sometime before our deliberation. So if anyone else has questions like that, let's flag the specific things he can look at. Commissioner Ball, was there another question or another set of discrepancies you saw?
It's just with those two organizations that I saw discrepancies. I was feeling a little bit unclear about how the gap how we got from 600,000 to 340,000. And so if we could cover that in a little bit more detail, that would be appreciated. But I trust you that 340,000 is the right answer. So maybe that doesn't need to happen given how long this meeting is going to run.
Sure, I'm happy to explain that one. So the let me switch over to my slides here. The total allocation received from HUD for CDBG is 600,917. 15% of that is what's available for public services. However, in addition, we would also include any program income that was received. So collectively, those two add up to 340,000.
Got it. Okay. So that we had 15% of 600,000, which is like 90K or so.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a set of programming. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Right. And then just to address regarding Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, their total requested amount is 23,828, as shown on Table A and as confirmed on their presentation. The per year it's 11,914. Since it's CDBG, they're able to aggregate those two for that total of 23,828. I'll stop there just to make sure I didn't miss a portion of your question. But does that answer that question about Silicon Valley?
I think so. Yeah. In the binder, they had the 1 year number, where most of the folks seem to have their 2 year number in the same way. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't actually
correct
what they wanted.
Yeah. It did take a little forensics to make sure that it aligned with the table, but obviously I missed $180 at the moment, potentially, which I will look again. For Silicon Valley, it is 23,828. The next one is Catholic Charities. And Catholic Charities funding amount requested is for CDBG. Funding amount requested for 2 years is, it's showing up as 10,000. Is that the discrepancy that you saw?
Yes, that is the discrepancy I saw. I think it is plausible that that is a single year number based on some of the narrative, but it was not immediately it was not clear one way or another. So I wanted to make sure we track it down.
I flagged it here to confirm that one. We can go to other questions.
Great, we'd appreciate an answer. Everyone's asking my questions for me, so thank you. Commissioner Lin.
My question is more conceptual rather than mathematical because I don't really have a mind for numbers. So I'll let the rest of my very intelligent commissioners go ahead and address those details. So first of all, thank you, Orlando, and the rest of staff for putting this together every year. And this year, I know that a lot of hard decisions were made. And my first question is, I'll ask both the questions now in case you feel like the response is related. But the first question is basically like, how did the decision to fully fund top applicants versus providing less funding to all applicants, sort of what the reasoning behind that was? And then the second question I have is sort of related, and sort of the logical follow-up to that is that for those applicants that were denied both CDBG and general funds requests, is there an opportunity between now and when City Council reviews in April for them to maybe cure or remedy their applications? Because I felt that in the staff memo that a lot of the reasons why the applicants that were denied, the reasons given a lot of times had to do with the lack of clarity in their applications. And I just want to make sure that like applications are being denied for the merits of their, I just want to make sure that they're not being denied because of the merits of their paperwork versus like the actual value that the projects they're proposing are providing for the community. And I would hate for the community to miss out on the benefit and the value added that potential projects could give. So I know this is like, I don't know, this is something that we could probably talk about for hours, but if there's more reasoning behind that, I'd appreciate hearing it. Thank you.
If I could just jump in. Hi, everyone. I'm Wayne Chen. I'm Assistant Community Development Director, and very much appreciate that question. And so I think Orlando did lay out on one of the slides the evaluation framework, but I think at the top level is the main fact that the requests were oversubscribing the total dollar amount. So that's especially true with CDBG. So to be able to fund more applicants or all of the applicants, it would have required a fairly significant lower amount than what was requested. And there would be a trade-off with that. We did have the pre-submittal conference, and there were the written instructions and staff availability to really make sure that the applications, the questions were responded to in kind of detail and clarity. So given the competitive nature of the applicants, the number of applications and the dollar amount requested, we really used that evaluation framework rubric. And then again, it was really the oversubscribed amount that really made it challenging to do something where we're spreading out more of the funds to all of the applicants. So I think that's the primary reason for it, and then the need for the applicants to be as detailed and clear as possible based on what they submitted in their applications. So I'll pause there.
No, certainly I really appreciate, all the effort and work that staff put into this. And I know that some really hard decisions had to be made. So I guess that leads to my next question. I don't know if you, Wayne, want to take it, but if there's alternatives, or it sounds like maybe given the sort of tightness of the budgets and the oversubscription, as you mentioned, that there might not be any sort of there might be no more sort of recourse for those who were not awarded the applications. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly staff is here to receive the commission's funding recommendations. So if the commission does have recommendations that it wishes to provide, that could be something staff takes back, and it would also be incorporated into the council report. I think as a framework, as Orlando mentioned, in this current NOFA process, it includes just 171,000 for the general fund portion. The amount of oversubscription there was meaningful, but it wasn't as great as the CDBG bucket. So Orlando mentioned that in the previous 2-year cycle, we're actually in the second of the 2-year cycle, Council did include some additional limited period funds. We don't have that available to us now because it's not something that Council has deliberated on. But that may be in the general fund bucket a little bit easier to manage if A, the funds were redistributed a little bit, there would be slightly less of an impact in the CDBG funds if the funding amount were kept at 171. So maybe some redistribution there. If there might be additional limited period funding in the general fund bucket, perhaps based on council input, that could also address the ability to fund some additional applicants if that were the direction council went. It would be harder just fundamentally on the CDBG bucket because the amount of oversubscription is just so great. So just some ways to consider some options there.
That's really useful information. I don't have any specific applicant that I'm that I'm aware of. I know that we've heard from some in the written public comments, and I see in the attendees box that there are a few attendees representing those applicants that didn't that weren't awarded this time around. So it's useful information, I think, for me to know, and I hope for them to know as well, that there's a little bit of perhaps something within the general funds, and would they reach out to staff after this meeting to support further to further discuss or further apply for further evaluation?
If I might, I think they have provided their applications, and if they've provided letters with the additional information and advocacy for the good work that their organizations do. And I think that all of this is part of what council will consider, what staff has analyzed, what the HRC deliberates and recommends, and what you kind of have to live with as an HRC are the dollar buckets, right? Those are the outer boundaries of what you have to be able to recommend to council. But what Orlando said at the beginning and Wayne just reiterated is that in the past couple of years, council has looked at that entirety of, gee, the HRC wished they could have funded more. Applicants are doing great work in the community, and council members themselves could say, we'd like to increase the pot of money so that we can do X, Y, Z. And that really would be at their discretion with regard to what funding might be available to do that, and how they're looking at the totality of the information that comes to them. It's not like submitting new applications or engaging in new process with staff. It's bringing forward the full process, and then council will have a lot of the same probably desires that you're having, which is, this is good work and we want to fund it all. Is there something different we can do or not, right? But for you, for your purposes, you kind of have to work within the buckets of funding that are currently known to be available.
Copy that.
And there was one other, could I say one other thing? I'm sorry for interrupting, because I don't know that Wayne really kind of, hit the complete question that you asked around how was the decision made, or the rationale around funding fewer applications more towards their full amount, bigger grants versus funding everybody at smaller grants. And those of you who've been on the commission longer, which would include possibly only Julie, will remember the commission, maybe Ida Rose, having this exact conversation and asking for that, acknowledging the fact that this application process is quite onerous for the nonprofit organizations. There's a lot of administrative work for staff, and this question of kind of bang for the buck and and really perhaps not wanting to go that route of funding everything but at lesser amounts, and especially given the degree to which and especially the CDBG funds were oversubscribed, it would be something on the order of a 35% reduction if all of them were to be funded from what they were asking for.
Copy that. Thank you so much, Audrey and Wayne, for your responses. I know that these couldn't have been easy decisions, and I am looking forward to our discussions into the projects further. Thanks.
Thank you both, Commissioner Lin, for your questions, staff for your answers, and Audrey for the clarification. I do think it's important, especially for the newer commissioners, to know that we have the buckets, which seem very constraining, just the top dollar amount, but we also have a big box of crayons to color with here in terms of recommendations and in terms of what we can do in terms of allocation recommendations. So we've got a lot to work with, and I sense that we're going to be doing some good work with them. I'm going to move on to the next question. Commissioner or Vice Chair Romero, I saw your hand up and had you down as next. Do you still have a question?
No, Audrey answer my question. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Audrey.
I think similar with me, I think Audrey answered my question too. So I had the same question as Commissioner Lane, but I think you answered it at the last minute. So we're new, so we're trying to understand the process too. Thank you.
Yes, I think I didn't warn strongly enough at our last meeting that this process, the first time around especially, is very, very challenging to understand. And this year I think is particularly challenging with the number of applicants and the detail and the pandemic and Zoom and everything else. So we will persist and get through. Do I see, I guess everyone's hands are down, so no more questions from the commissioners. Going once? Now everyone's afraid to ask a question. My questions have been more or less answered. I think my questions have been more or less answered. So I think we will move on. I will now open the floor for applicant presentations. We will call on you in the order outlined in the staff recommendation memo and in Orlando's PowerPoint. Each applicant will receive 3 minutes for their presentation, and a timer will show on the screen. Christina, am I offering too much? Or am I the timer?
No, you're not. You're absolutely reading from the script, but it just occurred to me that we may not be able to share two screens simultaneously. So I will cede the screen sharing to Orlando because he has the PowerPoint with from each of the agencies. Perfect. And I will do my timekeeping virtually. And if anyone goes over 3 minutes, 20 seconds, I will insert myself and let you know.
Okay, thank you so much. I know that is not a fun job to have to do that manually. So as I noted before, after each applicant, commissioners will ask questions. We will follow a similar approach with the raised hands and rounds of questions, so everyone gets a chance to go on early in the process. Let me see. I think that is it. We will start with the CDBG presentations, and first up is Senior Adults Legal Assistance, or SALA.
So Ira, you may ask the person from SALA to raise their hand, and then you can give them permission to speak.
You're on mute, Ida Rose.
I don't see anybody from Sala raising their hand, and I don't know who the person, oh, they may have just done so. Georgia Basil, if you could unmute yourself and please present.
We have to allow them to talk, which I will do.
I just did.
Okay.
Actually, it did not work when I did it.
Georgia, are you with us and able to speak?
Let's give her a second to unmute. Although I think she's
now in the panelist list.
There she goes.
There we go.
Can you give me 1 minute to settle in here? Hello, my name is Georgia Basile. I'm the directing attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, you know as a SALA. We're a nonprofit law office. We provide free legal services to Mountain View residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse, isolation, or loss of independence. Last year, 75% of our Mountain View clients were very low income, 51% were 75 or older, and 33% had a disability, making them highly vulnerable. Our current grant supports our services for Mountain View, and we thank you so much. We're requesting funding to continue our services, serving 40 clients in year 1 and another 40 clients in year 2. During times covered by COVID health orders, we will continue to provide our services remotely and primarily by telephone, although our attorneys are actually appearing in court with clients on elder abuse restraining orders because the court continues to hear those matters during COVID. When in-person services can be reinstated at senior centers, our hope is to be back at the Mountain View Senior Center with appointments at least once a month. Legal assistance is a critical need for seniors, and even more so during the pandemic. We continue to see clients with legal problems related to the public benefits they rely on to shelter in place safely and meet basic needs such as Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal. The agencies administering these benefits are closed for walk-ins and in-person assistance during COVID, making it very difficult for clients to resolve their issues. We continue to see clients worried about eviction, even during the moratoriums, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy, such as seniors needing reasonable accommodations to be able to age in place. We also see clients that need to do basic planning for incapacity or end stages of life so they can live with dignity and choice. And this planning has become even more important during COVID when they are gravely ill or facing death and their family members can't be with them. And regrettably, we're seeing an increase in clients that are victims of physical elder abuse. Many of these cases involve abusers living in the homes of our clients and sheltering in place with them, such as adult children, grandchildren, caregivers, even tenants renting rooms. This is really a difficult situation for many of our clients. We can't charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we support our services is through government grants like yours. Our funding that we're requesting will not pay for any overhead, just for staff time to deliver services. And your funding really does help us provide the highest level of service possible. We've been receiving support from Mountain View for 35 years, and I've been there all 35 of those years, and I really do sincerely appreciate the support that we're getting from you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have about our services or our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. We really appreciated hearing from you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions? If so, use the raised hand button. I see Julie has gone first. Julie, if you could ask a couple of questions, we'll follow the same process, a couple questions at a time, and then go around.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation and for your work on behalf of older adults. I have a question about the outcome that is to be met. This was identified in question number 19 of the proposal. It says the specific outcome to be met by 6/30/23 is 80% of SALA county-wide clients, including Mountain View, experience increased access to legal information, counseling, knowledge, tools, and services regarding elders' rights, safety, public benefits, or future planning. And I just wanted to understand, it says that the outputs and outcomes are measured from client intake and closing forms. What criteria do you use to determine whether a client has indeed experienced the increased access? Are there particular benchmarks, particular behaviors, et cetera, that are used to identify if the outcome is met for a particular client or not?
Basically, the outcome measures that we're using are those that are used by the State Bar of California for all of the legal aid agencies that they fund, as well as the California Department of Aging. So we're really evaluating the final deliverable for a client. What actual deliverable did they get, and what level of service did they get? So it's really based on metrics established by funders for many, many years that do measure legal assistance and the desired outcomes. We also do for those cases where we're providing attorney representation, we have a closing report that actually summarizes the real specific benefits that clients receive. And we augment actually our outcomes with a survey of a sampling of our clients every year to literally ask them, how did our services make your life better, prevent elder abuse, make you feel safer. And we can't survey every client because we just don't have that capacity, but we are able to generate additional information to support those outcome measures from the surveys.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lin.
Hi, yes. Thanks for joining us, Georgia. I used to do direct legal services for a nonprofit when I was in another life in Los Angeles. So this project has a special place in my heart since this used to be my day-to-day. And I just wanted to ask, what is the methods of recruitment for intake that your agency utilizes?
Well, we're funded by the Older Americans Act. In fact, we were one of the first model projects in the early 1970s funded by the Older Americans Act, and that delivery method is to be outstationed at 20 senior centers or nutrition programs throughout Santa Clara County, where we provide appointments. We've been doing that for the 35 years that I was at SALA, even when I was a law student at Santa Clara University. Years before that, we were outstationing our services at senior centers. COVID has had a major impact upon us because all of the senior centers are now closed for in-person services. All of our appointments were canceled at these sites as of March 17th. So we currently are providing services. We had to pivot to a phone delivery model, but we have been in contact with all of our sites, with the directors there. In the case of Mountain View, we participated in a drive-through senior fair at the Mountain View Senior Center where we dropped off 400 flyers that were made available to older adults that either drove through or picked up nutrition lunches, the to-go lunches. So we're having to be very innovative about delivering services until we can get back to the senior center. And I have to say we miss that delivery model very much. Yeah. But people are finding us. They absolutely are finding us. And we appreciate that question because it's just been a major change for us.
And I think you said you had 10 sites physically and during non-pandemic times. How many of those sites are located in Mountain View?
We have 20 senior centers
20,
that we
sorry.
visit. And there's one in Mountain View, the Mountain View Senior Center. It's identified as the focal point for the city of Mountain View older adults programs by the Area Agency on Aging. Most of the cities, we just have one site in, with the exception of San Jose, where we have multiple sites. But a lot of those sites are actually identified by the Area Agency on Aging as focal points where they do want our services to be co-located. And there are other services there, case management, senior transportation, health insurance counseling. It really is a wonderful model, a one-stop model, basically.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Georgia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lin, for those great questions. I actually have a couple of questions for you. In the proposal, you mentioned that cases have become more complex. Can you elaborate if that's related to what you're seeing with the elder abuse with COVID, or if it's something else, and do you expect that to continue? And also, just a quick question on how are you reaching all of these seniors during the pandemic? It sounds like you do some paper drops, but is the rest of it mostly telephone, or are you able to email with seniors? How are you reaching them? It sounds like you have a great reach, even though there's a pandemic.
Let me answer that second question first. We have advertised widely that people can call our office, and they will be pre-screened by our support staff in terms of order of urgency or acuity of their cases, with elder abuse, restraining order cases, public benefit terminations, problems with housing rising to the top. And then they are basically assigned to one of the attorneys. And that's, we've just had to pivot to that model. As I mentioned, we've done a lot of drops of flyers at various sites. We have done some presentations through Zoom for participants at senior centers. If there's an organized group at the senior center, which there happen to be for Mountain View, I think we've done a couple presentations there. But it is, our staff is very small. We have 7 attorneys, 2 part-time secretaries. That is it, no other staff. So we're doing our best to try to get the message out to people. And I'm so sorry, I can't remember what the first question was.
In your proposal, you mentioned that the cases are increasing in complexity, and I was wondering, essentially, how much of that is related to COVID with the eviction crisis and the increase in elder abuse, or is there something else going on that's increasing the complexity?
I think COVID is contributing to a lot of it. With public benefit matters, as I mentioned, there are no in-person services at Social Security. There are no drop-in appointments or drop-in services at all. Most of the hearings and appeals are done now telephonically or through the internet. Many of our clients do not have digital skills or access to computers or those resources. So it is much more difficult. And also case management services are being reduced because a lot of staff at some senior centers and not necessarily in Mountain View because you have a very strong case management program through Community Services Agency. But some of the case managers at other sites are being reprogrammed to senior nutrition, to do the drive-by senior nutrition bag pickup. So it's been very challenging. And then with elder abuse, it is on the rise. There's no question. People are sheltering in place, dysfunctional family members in particular with our clients, tenants renting out rooms that are becoming abusive, and there's nowhere for people to go. So restraining orders are really our only option. And frankly, many of our clients are they're reluctant to do a restraining order in particular at the outset because it's a harsh remedy. But now that they have to go to court during COVID and be there in a crowded courtroom, even though there is social distancing, it's not the best environment. It's becoming difficult. And so when I say their cases are more complex, it's all these other actions that are involved. I think that's, and we're still seeing our regular type of cases as well, but people are very stressed out. Older adults are really stressed about the situation, and COVID hasn't helped.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It's very painful to hear, but it's very helpful to hear. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for your answers. We're getting a lot more hands up, so I'll move, I believe, to Vice Chair Romero was next.
Hey, yeah, thank you for coming and presenting to us today. Hey, I was reading here on your report they have 3 bilingual people in your office, right? Speak English and Spanish.
Yes.
I was wondering if do you get referrals from people that speak other languages, and how do you communicate, with those people that speak other languages other than English and Spanish?
Well, as you know, this community is very diverse, and the senior population, has a lot of diversity as well. Prior to COVID, we actually had around 15 volunteer attorneys and paralegals that assisted us with our interviews at senior centers, and many of them had specific language skills in Mandarin, Vietnamese, other languages that we're able to expand our capacity. Regrettably, the senior centers have closed. We now can't use those volunteers because we don't have enough room in our office even. We have 2,400 square feet. Everybody shares an office in our central office in San Jose. So we've lost some of that capacity to use that extensive core of volunteers. However, some of the volunteers are coming to the office, and in particular, a Mandarin-speaking attorney is in our office once a week to handle calls and speak with clients that need her assistance. But we're trying to make do with what we can. Again, we've had to pivot from our usual method of service delivery, which really enabled us to provide accessible services to everyone in the community. And two of our attorneys speak Spanish, one of our support staff. And both of those attorneys have been with us for many years.
Okay, thank you. And I was wondering about your marketing material. Is your marketing material in English and Spanish, or you also have marketing material in other languages?
Our materials are in English and Spanish. We also have some materials, some flyers, our brochure in written Chinese. It's difficult to translate a lot of the information because we're a law office. Somebody has to review, an attorney has to review everything in English and Spanish, which I do. I don't like to say I'm completely bilingual in Spanish, but I am able to read and write Spanish. So there's some languages we don't have anybody that can really review documents, but all of our communications with Spanish-speaking clients, if we're sending letters to clients or whatever, they're in English and in Spanish. So they're completely translated for our clients. And we do our best, again, to try to reach everyone, but it is difficult as a law office what we can put in writing. We have malpractice considerations, and so we have to be careful about that.
Thank you. Thank
you. Commissioner Webb, I believe you're next.
Hi. Thank you for coming and sharing the great work that you do at your organization. I'm looking at the amount that we're supplying you. It says it's 42%, and I'm wondering if you see that we have a lot of people, a lot of organizations coming out, and we're going to be debating on how the funding is going to be allocated. How would it impact you if you were not to receive 100% of your funding? It would say we go down to you get 70% of your funding.
Well, as I mentioned, we can't charge fees for services. The Older Americans Act prohibits that. We can't take fee generating cases. So no fee for service whatsoever. So the only way we can support our services is through grants. And our funding for Mountain View, as well as almost every other city here that we get direct funding from cities for, supports only the staff time, either attorney time or support staff time related to service delivery, not paying for any overhead. So every dollar goes into services, and every dollar we don't receive then results in a reduction in service. So it would mean a lesser number of clients being served by us. And if we were at the senior center, a lesser number of appointments that would be available every month.
Okay,
so
thank you.
There's a direct correlation, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and I was wondering at what point would it be that you'd have to move your staff to a different location where they weren't serve Mountain View, but they would serve Santa Clara instead, because they get more funding from Santa Clara.
We would definitely be in Mountain View regardless, because Mountain View is a very important city for us, as are any cities that are identified as focal points for seniors, and Mountain View, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, Cupertino, Campbell, San Jose, Gilroy, Morgan Hill. We will be in every city. What your city does, your funding does, it enables us to provide a higher level of service than our baseline services. So, and as I said, we can't charge fees. So really dollar per dollar that we get from city defines and enables us to provide the highest level of service we can. And it's still not enough to meet the need, I'll be quite honest with you. But the amount we're requesting is pretty comparable to what we're getting from other cities of similar size.
Okay. Thank you.
And excuse me, Nirvana, or Commissioner Wakito, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. Thank you, Georgia, for your presentation. This is also a situation that is dear to my heart because I live in a neighborhood where I've had to care for seniors on my street too. So I had a question about how these cases get reported, and also besides the remedy of restraining order, what other remedies, especially if some of these seniors who have been abused living with someone who is a family member, how do you deal with such a situation if that's the only family member that they might have, caring for them, but they're abusing them instead of really taking care of them?
It's a very difficult situation because, as I said, an elder abuse restraining order is harsh. It removes the abusive party from our client's home and keeps him or her away from our client for a period of time that the court determines. And oftentimes people are very reluctant to get a restraining order against a loved one or a caregiver. We have some other remedies that we will offer to clients. If they're not ready for a restraining order, we'll write a warning letter to the abusive party, letting them know that the client has contacted us and they need to cease and desist the behavior, and hopefully they will, and if they don't, we will advise our client about his or her remedies. Through the courts, there is mediation available as well. Project Sentinel actually is doing the mediation in elder abuse cases where we're trying to resolve something without having to possibly get a court order to perhaps establish guidelines about what will happen. And if the abuser crosses over that line, then we will go to court and get a court order. So it is difficult. Some of our clients will have been referred by Adult Protective Services, and Adult Protective Services provides case management and a lot of supportive services. We are not a mandated reporter. Lawyers are not mandated to report elder abuse, so we can't report our clients to Adult Protective Services if they don't want that assistance. So it's tough, it's difficult. In terms of other kinds of remedies, if somebody needs a reasonable accommodation because they're living in senior housing and management has decided they have a walker and they can't live independently, we will request a formal reasonable accommodation to see if we can work out some change in policy where our client perhaps could live there more independently or have a first floor apartment so he or she can move around easily. And we also do a lot of documents, really basic documents for people that want some closure should they become disabled, such as powers of attorney for healthcare and also durable powers of attorney for finances. And private attorneys charge, $400 to $500 an hour for those documents, and they are free from us.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Romero, I see your hand is up. Is that still up, or do you have another question?
No, sorry, I left the app.
No problem. It happens to the best of us. Great. Well, Georgia, thank you very much. I think we all very, very much appreciate your work and really enjoyed learning more about what's happening with our seniors. We will move on to the next presentation, which will be Community Services Agency, Senior Services, Senior Case Management. I believe Tom Myers is the presenter, but whoever's presenting for CSA, if you could raise your hand, I will promote you and we will hear from you. Before we start Tom's presentation, though, I did just want to point out, I'm very grateful for my fellow commissioners having lots of wonderful questions and for all that we are learning. But if we could try to limit to one question per commissioner, we might actually get done today. So I personally am going to try to limit my questions to just one going forward. So with that said, Tom, you're being promoted. I think Tom is promoted. Tom, you are promoted, but on mute.
There, now can you hear me? Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of the commissioners and city staff who are here this evening. I every year or every 2 years when I come before this body, I always have to mention that I was part of the Human Relations Commission myself back when it was first started. And you may be very interested to know that we will soon be approaching the 30th anniversary of the HRC. We need to do something to celebrate that. The Senior Case Management Program at CSA is one of our vital programs. It's a cornerstone of what we do. And one reason why we call senior case management out separately from our other case management programs is because seniors are so much larger a portion of the population in our part of the county. Georgia alluded to that in her presentation before about why senior case management, why SALA and other programs for seniors are especially important here in Mountain View. The funding that we have requested for 2 years will help support our program, which provides wraparound services for seniors age 60 plus. This wraparound means that our senior case managers, once an intake is done and we bring a senior on board, we make sure that that senior has the services that they need to keep them safe and independent. And what we end up doing is actually saving the taxpayer money by doing that. Through our contributions and donations and some government funding like this, we're actually saving the government from putting low-income people into nursing homes and care facilities. We provide advocacy. We actually have a nurse on staff as well as a licensed vocational nurse who assist with medical issues, and we assist in enrolling in benefits. And then our staff here actually goes out into the community and into the homes of the seniors, so that can be very, very important. The people that we are looking for are seniors who are 60 years of age and are low income. Now, we will take calls from folks that are not low income, and we will try and get them transitioned into private case management, and there are private case management services because at CSA, we serve low income individuals. And we estimate that we're going to be serving about 230 individuals. I've been at the agency for 20 years. Our associate director is here, but we actually have a staff of 7 individuals in that department that work with low-income Mountain View seniors. And then finally, I just want to point out that we are going to be seeing probably about the same amount of seniors right now, but we expect that number to grow, and we expect more specialized services to happen. Because right now what we're doing is we're seeing seniors who are afraid to go out, who need access to food and other care, and so we are finding ourselves delivering more things to their home rather than them coming into us or us actually doing things over the phone. We are actually going out, and our staff are suiting up and putting on protective equipment and getting that food and other services out there to them. Really dedicated staff and volunteers. Very specialized volunteers in this program. So if you want to volunteer in this program, there's a lot of things, including background checks, that are required. So that's our program in a nutshell. And I'm happy to answer any questions. If you don't get your question asked and answered, if Ida Rose is cracking the whip on timing, as she probably should since it's already after 8, I am more than happy to answer questions by phone, and you can get in touch with me over at the CSA office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom, for a very quick but very informative presentation. And I'll note, once an HRC chair, always an HRC chair. I'm going to crack the whip lightly. For my fellow commissioners, just use the raise hand feature if you have questions for Tom on the senior case management program. You can have questions. I wasn't trying to stop us from having questions. Javier, I see you with your hand up.
Yes. So my question is, you mentioned that you do a lot of in-home visits, but given the time in COVID, has that been reduced? And if you are doing it, how are you accommodating it? Because I know there's a lot of senior facilities or senior apartments in Mountain View, because I actually volunteer with Second Harvest and I drop meals off. So I'm wondering how you guys are handling the COVID-19 as far as your in-house visits. I know you're doing some drop-offs, but how are you handling it currently?
Well, we currently we are doing it at the door, if at all possible, as much over the telephone as possible. But we are doing it at the door if that's at all possible. Sometimes that's not possible. Sometimes we need the assistance of adult children or other adult caregivers to help us out with that. And then perhaps the most important thing is that we are making sure that those who have access to electronics, and many more seniors have access to electronics than we think, although that is a community that is definitely technically challenged. We're trying to do as much as we can over the internet and do visits that way. But one of the really cool things, though, that we've done is we've been able to collect medical data for our nurses to take a look at electronically, and that's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Webb. Do we have any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Webb, your hand went down and then back up.
I don't know if you're cracking a whip or not, so.
Well, you know, if it's another question, go ahead. I think you're the only one with questions for this applicant.
So the other thing is, how are you advertising since everyone is shut in, and of course they're all, you know, challenged, technologically challenged. I can say that about my in-laws who live in Mountain View, and they have their issues, but they're at that age where they may need services, but they don't know. You serve 200 people, but there's quite a bit more residents in Mountain View that are seniors. So
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we use the city is actually very helpful to us, not only in providing referrals, but in helping us get the message out. We get message out to all of the low-income senior housing facilities and affordable housing complexes. We also utilize our vast network of connections with churches and synagogues and other communities of faith. We actually, one of the things that we use extensively is our connections with communities of faith for all of our programs, even though we are not at all a faith-based organization. And then we rely on activists that know us to be able to get that information out there. There are not enough senior activists and advocates out there. Let me tell you that. There are a lot of communities that have a lot of very active advocates. Seniors, I wish there were a heck of a lot more. But those are the networks that we use.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that seniors need more advocates. That just rang a bell in my head. So thank you. Tom, thank you very much for your presentation. I don't believe any other commissioners have questions. So our next presentation will be Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence. Can the attendee who is speaking on behalf of the organization raise their hand? Looks like Jordan. Jordan, I'm promoting you to panelist. There you are. If you can unmute yourself, or yeah, if you can unmute, that would be great. Thank you.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. So good evening, commissioners. staff, fellow service providers. I'm Jordan Dancer, the grants manager at Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence. We're based in San Jose, and this year we're celebrating our 50th anniversary. Domestic violence is gender-based violence, and it is a human rights issue. It's prevalent in every community, affecting all people, whether individually or as a family, or the community as a whole. The safety of victims and their children is a primary concern. As batterers isolate their partners, victims become increasingly vulnerable socially, economically, their health and wellness, and in missed opportunities and advancement in life. Victims and their children also experience related health issues due to the exposure to violence, such as anxiety and PTSD and stress. And for children, it can also be acting out or poor academic performance. And economic abuse is a form of domestic violence and includes a range of tactics used by an abuser to undermine the victim's economic independence, separating them from their own resources, their rights and choices, and forced dependency upon their abuser. It is a leading cause of women's homelessness. We are requesting $15,000 for the 2-year grant period to provide support services to 70 survivors through 3 core programs. Our services are at no cost, are at will, and are provided by trained, certified domestic violence peer counselors that we refer to as advocates. Community and systems advocacy addresses crisis, safety, and stability needs through crisis intervention counseling, lethality risk assessment and safety planning, legal advocacy that informs them on their rights, particularly under the Violence Against Women Act and how the court systems work, pros and cons of restraining orders, and if they request, we assist them in filing one, and when needed, referrals to our internal legal counsel. Advocates also are provided access to other NDS services such as financial assistance and referrals to our other programs such as support groups and self-sufficiency case management. We currently have 12 support groups. They're provided in English and Spanish. We also have specific groups for male survivors, for LGBTQIAP survivors, and for teens. Facilitators lead discussions on a series of topics such as what is domestic violence, its effects on children, stress management, bullying, and incorporating learning tools such as the equity wheel. Support groups provide a larger circle of support through sharing of experiences and help to increase resilience, knowledge of resources, increase safety strategy, and most importantly, reduction in isolation. In self-sufficiency case management, survivors work towards maintaining no loss, generally after leaving the abuser, and or increasing their level of self-sufficiency and self-reliance, focusing on 8 essential life domains of income, food, housing, employment, education, healthcare, wellness, and domestic violence, which is about abuse and safety. On average, 93% of community and systems advocacy clients respond that they've gained strategies to increase their and their children's safety. And 82% have responded that they have a greater understanding of their legal rights and how the court systems work. 72% of support group clients respond that they are better able to manage stress when it occurs. And 87% say that they can identify at least one person in their family or community who supports them. And 35% of self-sufficiency case management clients increase their level of self-sufficiency, and 40% are able to maintain their level of self-sufficiency, so no loss. You know, we are on a mission to end domestic violence in the moment and for all time. And we appreciate your time and consideration of our request, and thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing about your very important work. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicants? Commissioner Solomon, you were first.
Thank you for that presentation. And certainly the services that your organization is providing have become even more crucial during COVID. I was wondering if you could speak to how your organization has pivoted in order to be able to deliver these services during COVID. So, for example, whether the support groups have moved to an online format and how the other kinds of support activities are being carried out. Thank you.
Certainly, I'd love to address that. When the pandemic started and we went into the mandated shelter in place, within a week, we were already beginning to provide our service remotely by phone, email, and we began using Zoom conferencing. And then we also made sure that we got secure type of conferencing so that when we're working with clients that they have protections. The confidentiality and the safety of our clients are paramount. But except for our children's services, which have been like our kids club, which ran parallel with our support groups. And then actually, that's the only one. That's the only service that we haven't been able to continue forward with. Our other children's services, which aren't a part of this grant, like our Coaching Boys into Men, where we worked with high school athletes and their coaches. We've been able to continue working with them virtually, particularly with the coaches and training them to be able to message out to the young athletes. And then the same thing with our teen group. We've been able to do our teen group remotely as well. So all the support groups at this time, I think we have 3 less than what we had because we're not doing our quilting group, which had to be done on site. We have 12 specific groups going right now. So we have, I want to say 4 that are in Spanish, the rest are in English. One of the group is for male survivors, one is for LGBTQIAP, and the other is for our teens that are separate from just our regular groups. And these are all being provided remotely. What we've found, particularly with the support groups, is that we're getting more people in attendance because it has helped, by doing it remotely, has helped to kind of take some of the barriers away from being able to attend a group. If they don't have to travel or find childcare or whatever it might be, they have to work longer hours at work, it's easier for them to get on their phones and be able to attend these groups. And it's the same thing with a lot of our other services. Our community and systems advocacy services are primarily being done remotely as well. We do see a very limited number of clients at the community office, but primarily everything is being done remotely. And same thing with our self-sufficiency case management services. Where we saw one of the largest changes was at our shelter, although not part of this proposal, in that we had to limit under the county mandates the number of beds that we were able to have. And so it's like 1 person per room or 1 family per room. So we had to kind of drop down from about 19 beds to 13, although recently we've had 1 survivor who is pregnant and 7 of her children. So they were able to fit in our 1 room where we normally have 9 bunk beds. So it's really worked out for them. They're just such a wonderful family. And so we're working very hard to get them into safe, secure, permanent housing away from abuse. We're finding that initially it was difficult for survivors to reach out for services. They were able in the past to, maybe while they were out, to come by the office. And so the hotline was kind of quiet for a while, but within about a month, the calls were back up to normal and have significantly increased. This past fiscal year, which only had a quarter or 4 months of COVID mandates, we had over 14,600 calls just to our hotline. Our numbers continue to go up. Our biggest request has been under self-sufficiency, particularly for rental assistance and help with perhaps finding other employment, because so many workers are in jobs that were kind of sidelined. And a lot of them work in more family-owned businesses. So we know that, unfortunately, a lot of family-owned businesses are closing. So we've been able to seek other funding, particularly for COVID relief, to help people with their rents, utilities, other expenses that maybe they weren't having to pay before, child care expenses, even their own PPE equipment and this sort of thing, if they're able to continue to be employed. Plus, we're also finding that with a lot of them, there is a digital divide. Places where they live, they may not have Wi-Fi in their home or even have Wi-Fi that's close to their home. We find that a lot of them are not are digitally literate. So we've been trying to do more on-the-phone training about how to log on to certain websites for them to check, like to apply for certain public benefits and this sort of thing. So we know that as we go forward here and begin to return to a somewhat normalcy, that we've already set up with an outside partner called, I believe it's 5 Keys, don't hold me on that. We're doing GED classes, we're doing ESL, and we're doing computer literacy classes to help get our clients more into mainstream and be able to be employed in better paying jobs, maybe more secure jobs. So it's besides kind of turning on a dime and keeping our regular services going and dealing with health and safety mandates, PPE equipment, all of that. We've also just begun to take on other services there to address need that came up because of COVID, really kind of glaring it and bringing it into our faces. I know that was kind of a long answer, but I hope it did answer your question.
Thank you very much for both the question and the answer. Audrey, I think I just saw your hand up.
Yes, and I appreciate Ms. Dancer, your self-awareness around the length of the answer. There's so much good information, and I know you know your material so well, and we're all very curious and concerned about the issues. But I'm going to ask not to focus on you, but all of the applicants who are in our waiting room now, waiting for their chance to present and answer questions, that if you could keep your answers brief, we would greatly appreciate it so that we can hear from everybody tonight and the commission can get to their deliberations when they still are fresh and awake. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. I'm just laughing at the fresh part. I'm not sure I have been in the last 12 months, but we will certainly do our best. This is also causing me to think that we need to have absolutely all of our applicants come to an HRC meeting and talk to us more so we can learn an awful lot more. Commissioner Webb, is your hand up? Or is your hand still up? Is your question still relevant?
Yes, sorry.
No need to apologize.
I have lots of questions, but this one is, so I see that they're based in San Jose on Gish Road, and you're saying that you're going to affect 70 members of our community. And I'm wondering, how is that possible given the times that we're in? And also, if you're using 15,000 over 2 years, are you factoring in going out and working within our community as part of your budget over the 2 years? Because if you're able to go out, I think there will be a spike in your cost in the second year. Okay, that's it.
So our projections are based on multiple years of data that we have as to what we think. This is a 2-year projection. Generally, we've had about 50 people per year. But thinking about it in a 2-year term, knowing that some people that are served in 1 year are also going to be continue over to have services into the second year. So that's the 70. We've been, for a number of years, having interactions up in the city of Mountain View doing outreach and this sort of thing. We had one support group that was held in the city of Mountain View at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation facility up there. That group is still virtually being offered. And we, in the past, had gone out to do community presentations and this sort of thing. Our budget only, as far as any staffing and those type of expense, really just is a small portion of one staff member's time. Our outreach and that sort of thing is funded through other expense and kind of rolled in. We don't divvy it out by community. So we do try to have opportunities to present in the community. And plus also, we work with a number of the other nonprofits throughout the community, both in Mountain View and the county wide, that also we work in cross-referencing. If we know, if they know somebody is a survivor or a victim, they make a referral to us. And so we are available 24/7 through our hotline. And even if people come to our office, we will meet with them outside and work with them. So we're continue to be accessible. And I think 70 residents over a 2-year period is very doable, even under COVID.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Webb, do you have a second question?
No, I'll take my hand down now.
I think you have a connection to make for the future, though, which is wonderful. I see no more questions from my commissioners, going once, going twice. Next up, we have Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Can the attendee who is representing the organization please raise their Poonam, I believe, has raised her hand. Thank you. I'm going to promote you to panelist. And if you can come off of mute. Sorry, you keep getting muted. Poonam, can you try to unmute yourself when we're there? We go. It's magic. You can begin your presentation.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sharon Hudson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Vista Center, and I'm also one of the instructors, a living skills and mobility instructor. We have a vision loss rehabilitation program, and we are requesting $63,486, if you wouldn't mind, to assist us in providing services to blind and visually impaired people. Vision loss rehabilitation is detrimental to people's safety and health when you cannot see. Doing things even as simple as taking your medication, fixing a meal, going out for groceries, those become large challenges. So our services are a full service. We provide psychosocial assessment to create individual plans. We do one-on-one rehabilitation services, orientation and mobility, which most people think of as white cane training, daily living skills, which is teaching medical management, cooking, anything to do in the home, because even pouring a cup of coffee could become a challenge when you're visually impaired. Assistive technology, which is one of the things that we teach a lot, is teaching people to use their phone without vision, basically using the assistive technology on their phone. And it's become a great tool because it not only keeps them connected as a phone, it becomes the way they do their banking, how they keep a calendar, and it can even, there's assistive technology software where you can take a picture of a document and it'll read it to them. So teaching them the technology and using the swipes and all that is through voiceover or talkback. We serve about 3,200 people a year, and in Mountain View, we are serving around 60 to 100. We are asking funding to serve about 45 people a year in Mountain View. 93% of the clients in Mountain View are extremely low income. We do our services, we do a pre and post test to make sure that we are accomplishing the goals that the client wants. We also provide social services, and during COVID, that actually has been a growing need because low vision and blind people are actually very isolated to begin with. COVID isolated them even more. So we added support groups. We actually added food delivery and medication delivery at the beginning of COVID to meet the need. And we are doing wellness checks, and we continue those throughout now. So there's been a growing need for services for the blind and visually impaired. And as we age, unfortunately, blindness or visual impairment is actually, 70% of people who are over 65 will have a visual impairment. And with diabetes and other diseases that also lead to blindness, there's a growing need. The expectation is the population of visually impaired will actually double by 2050. So it's a huge growth in the blind and visually impaired population. We added a couple of testimonials just for clients who saying, you know, they really couldn't have do their life without the help from Vista Center. But we're here for our clients. We provide services in person, and due to COVID, we're also providing them virtually. So I thank you for the support that Mountain View has given us, and I hope that we can continue to serve the people in Mountain View.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing the work that you do. Do any of my commissioners have questions for the applicant? I see no questions from my fellow commissioners. Okay, going once? No questions. Next up is the Bill Wilson Center. If the attendee, thank you. Pilar, I'm going to promote you to panelist. If you could please unmute yourself once you're a panelist. Great. You can begin when you're ready.
Hey, good evening. You can hear me? Yes. All right. So good evening, commissioners. I'm Pilar Furlong with Bill Wilson Center, and I'm honored to be here this evening to speak with you about our Family Advocacy Services, or FAS program, that we're proposing to provide in the Mountain View Los Altos High School District. So FAS is a school-based youth and family homeless prevention and intervention service. It's aimed at helping families remain intact and decreasing or preventing homelessness and poverty. The program goal is to support families and connect them to community resources so students can remain in school, giving the youth the best chance of an academic success and avoiding the negative consequences of being homeless. So to begin services in the Mountain View Los Altos district, we requested a total of $70,000 over 2 years to fund a part-time case manager dedicated to the district. So while this was the minimum required for us to get this program up and running, I know we were recommended for $69,000, and we will make that work. Our proposal is being supported by the district, and in the binders, you'll see we received a very strong letter of support from the district wellness coordinator, William Blair. So Bill Wilson Center has been providing FAS in other school districts since 2012. The majority of the families helped are low to extremely low income and may be homeless or on the brink of becoming homeless. Our staff work closely with the district's McKinney-Vento liaisons and administrators to identify students who are struggling due to housing instability. It's really hard for a young person to do well in school when they're worried about where they're going to sleep at night. So the partnership that we're proposing with the Mountain View Los Altos district would provide staff, hopefully that could be headquartered at the district when the building reopens, to provide case management to both students and their family. While some families may need housing, others may just need connections to services. But for those who do need housing, the case manager will work with them to complete the county's, they call the VI SPDAT assessment that puts them in the county queue for housing. However, Bill Wilson Center actually goes beyond just helping them get placed in the queue. We actually have the resources to provide temporary shelter programs for either the families or the youth, as well as we do our own rapid rehousing programs for which they may qualify. And rapid rehousing is a program that provides a tapered rental subsidy to help families get back on their feet. Lastly, to address issues that may arise from the trauma of either living on the street or someplace not meant for human habitation, Bill Wilson Center also provides counseling and behavioral health services. So with 14% of students in the Mountain View Los Altos High School District identifying as socioeconomically disadvantaged, plus the number of homeless and other newcomer students, there's definitely a subset of students that need access to housing options. So Bill Wilson Center is proposing to work with the students and their families to provide safety and stability so the student can concentrate on school, right? Improving their attendance, improving their grades, and improving their chance of graduating and moving on to a post-secondary education. So I wanted to just thank you, commissioners, for having me here today, to the staff for recommending us for funding, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the FAST program.
Thank you so much, Pilar. We really appreciate you suggesting this program for our area. Thank you for sharing about it. I see that Commissioner Ball has his hand up.
Hi, yes. Thank you for presenting. This is of great interest to me as someone who has kids in the MVLA school district, and I know folks in this. I was curious, you mentioned that you will work with sometimes housing the students and sometimes housing their families, and I wanted to dig into that a little bit more. Is it common to house the students without their families, or is there, like, what ends up happening in that case?
Yeah, it depends. It depends. So we actually have a youth shelter, a homeless youth shelter. We have 20 beds in Santa Clara and actually 4 beds in Mountain View. That is just for the youth. So it's not a joint family one. We also do a family shelter, which is up to, I think it's 90 days, which it's a small program, but it's in Santa Clara. It's actually a very large home, kind of group living. So we do have a couple different programs. We're really based, and our history is on working with runaway and homeless youth, though we've had to expand to kind of do the whole family now. And if we can't, then we work with some of our other nonprofits in the area that do housing. We do a lot of referrals back and forth.
Great, thank you. Just as I said that, Commissioner Solomon's hand went up.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I was especially excited to read in the proposal about the focus, which is also mentioned here on this slide, the focus on newcomer students. So recent immigrants from Central America who are seeking asylum or refugee status. And in speaking with a number of community members here in Mountain View and people who are involved with the school, I believe that there has been a challenge in getting those students the right kind of mental health services, given the nature and the often extended period of trauma that they've experienced in their home countries, in transit to the US, and then after arriving in the US. And I was wondering if you could say just a little bit about the kinds of mental health services that are made available to these students and their families.
Sure. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what the Wilson Center does for mental health and counseling for youth and families. We offer that services through the FAST program. It is up to the family to take advantage of that. And we strongly encourage them to do that. So again, our history is in working with runaway and homeless youth. We were founded as an adolescent counseling center. We work with youth that have gone through all kinds of trauma, including human trafficked youth that come to us. We have been working with a population now that in the county, undocumented. Sometimes the young person is not with their family. Sometimes they may be with an extended family member. we've had kids in school where we've had to help them try to find their family because they were separated coming here. All of our services are trauma informed, and we do both individual counseling with the young person, we'll do family counseling, and sometimes in our shelter, we'll do group counseling with the kids also. Counseling services are provided in Spanish and English for sure, and then we also look at the other threshold languages. We have interns available that can provide counseling in other languages, but in this case, predominantly Spanish, English. Yeah, I mean, our staff work one-on-one with each youth. It's always a unique situation for each family and each young person. But our goal is to make sure that they have safe, stable, secure housing. You know, hopefully that's with the family. If not, then we look for another alternative.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wokido.
Thank you. I'm familiar with, thank you again, Pilar, for your presentation. I'm actually familiar with the Bill Wilson Center, and I know it more as a place that takes, accommodates, problem kids. I've actually been visited there a few times for a particular situation. Yeah, this is a new program that I'm just hearing, and I want to know how long this has been in place, and also what qualifications do your personnel or your staff have to deal with these kind of situations that you're speaking about?
So for the FAST program, we've been operating it since 2012. Okay. We started in San Jose Unified and Eastside Union. We expanded in San Jose Unified. 2 years ago, we added Santa Clara Unified School District, and now we're hoping to add Mountain View, Los Altos. We have not formally done this program in this district yet. That's why we're here applying for funding this evening. Our case managers usually have a social work background, with usually either a bachelor of social work or on track for master's. They go through 40 hours of training, as do all Bill Wilson Center staff, on trauma-informed care, on motivational interviewing, really trying to hit some of the best practices to work with the youth. Other qualifications, again, usually for this, we look for bilingual speaking staff. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, so do you already have staff available to start this program in Mountain View, or are you planning to do some recruitment?
We would have to hire. That's the funding that we're applying for. And we're starting with funding for a part-time case manager. I will say I would love to have a full-time, but we went with what we thought could be fundable. Interestingly, 2 years ago when we started in Santa Clara Unified School District, it was with $35,000 through their CDBG funding. And we've kept going there. It's been successful.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for sharing about that. I did have a quick question. In the proposal, it mentions you estimate that you'll have 60 clients in this area. Now, is clients the kids or is that families? And what percent? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's combined. It's combined. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And what percent of homeless youth do you think you'll be reaching in this area with the part-time person?
So we'll see. Every family is different, right? Some families, it's a parent and the child, and others, I've got 5 children and a parent. I don't know, because it's different for every family. Interesting. It could be sometimes that there would be maybe one child in this district, but then they have younger siblings in another district. So when you're housing the family, you're helping the family stabilize. You're actually getting kids from both districts.
Great, thank you, that makes sense. I do not see any additional questions from my commissioners. If anyone has a last minute question, please put your hand up. Seeing none, Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County is up next. We're getting the hang of this. Wanda, I'm going to promote you to panelist. If you could please unmute yourself. Wanda, are you there? I don't see a microphone icon at all for Wanda, so I'm not sure what's going on. Wanda, is there anything you could do to turn on your volume or your microphone? Barring anybody's ideas, I'm going to...
You might need to rejoin.
Well, she appears to, but there is no audio again. I was going to try to re-promote her, but I don't think that's necessarily going to work. Maybe starting video might help. I am going to make her an attendee again and try to promote her one more time. Although, because Christina or Audrey, I cannot remove her from the panelist box.
Yeah, let me go ahead and change her role to attendee again.
Yeah, it's not working for me.
Right, and
She has a microphone. Oh, she had a microphone when before you moved her second.
Oh no.
Her second. Let's try again.
okay. Ida Rose, why don't you try and promote her again?
Okay, she should. Oh no, I don't see a microphone.
Looks like she's got video.
It does.
She is. She's on video.
Yes, we feel the same, Wanda. I'm a universal. I don't know. Do we have a dial-in number that you can use to access that? Can somebody on staff try to figure out if there's another way for her to access this meeting while we move ahead to the next presenter and bring Wanda back once we fix her problem?
Yes, Wanda, you can dial 669 900 9128 and then enter the web ID 922 3344 2345. It is on the agenda if you have the agenda.
Wanda, did you get that?
I'm going to ask Orlando if you have an email for Wanda and could email her the call-in number so that she can have it there handy. And then maybe we can move to the next presentation and give her time to rejoin the meeting by phone and see if that works better.
She should try to join by telephone, and I think she's having trouble with the computer's audio, so just plain telephone would be, plain smartphone would be a better idea.
Orlando, are
This
you?
is Orlando. Will do.
Oh, wait, she's
doing
I
that
just
now.
got it. Wait, we just.
Oh!
All right. Can you unmute yourself now, Wanda?
I'm not touching anything.
You need to unmute. Wanda, you need to unmute yourself. There you go. Try
Can you
speaking
hear
now.
me?
Yes, we can. Very good.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Dear HRC, thank you for this opportunity to tell you about the long-term care ombudsman and to thank the city of Mountain View for your past and continued support of the program. We're the advocates for the most vulnerable citizens of your city, those who live in nursing homes and assisted living. This is an unduplicated service. There's no other program that has 24/7 access to residents and all facilities. The main function of the program is to investigate and resolve complaints made by and on behalf of residents related to the issues of quality of care and abuse. We're here to improve the quality of care and quality of life. So I'm sure that everyone has seen quite a bit about the state of nursing homes and assisted living during the pandemic. And although we, like many programs, needed to pivot our services, we have been working quite hard to increase our contact with the residents who are in nursing homes. So we're using our phones and really contacting all of the facilities in Santa Clara County at least one time per week to speak to residents and to speak to the staff, along with investigating abuse and other complaints about care. And we are assisting with technical support for the administrators and staffs about the changing regulations due to the pandemic. And this includes a lot of calls, as you can imagine, from family and friends who were no longer able to visit their loved one or friend who is in a facility. We have creatively adapted by receiving and investigating complaints by phone, video calls, and conducting outdoor patio visits and window visits. We also began going out to our facilities with PPE and proper training with that. And then, of course, we had a big surge in Santa Clara County, so we pulled back. And we have since, during this time, all of our ombudsmen have been vaccinated and fit tested and we have a big supply right at this moment of N95 masks. So we are currently going back out into facilities because all of our technical support has been great. But there really is nothing like going into a facility to really witness the type of care that our residents are receiving. So we have received some funding from the CARES Act, and we have used that to purchase some more PPE. And so we're out there to help our residents right now. An example of one of our recent experiences, as everyone knows, when in the top tier in our county, the residents in nursing homes, it was very important to get these people vaccinated. So the federal government has set up a program that is a pharmacy and long-term care partnership. So every facility in Santa Clara County and throughout the state of California could set up appointments so that the pharmacy technicians could come out to the facility and administer the vaccine. Through our weekly calls to our facilities, we were able to pinpoint facilities who all of a sudden were not taking our calls or responding. And in one case, that helped reveal a situation where a resident had mentioned to his sister that he wanted the vaccine and was not able to get it. So we were able to identify a facility where the administrator had not set up, made contact with the pharmacy, and we were able to get the county public health as well as licensing involved, so that the owner was educated and then the residents were signed up for the vaccine. So that's an example of one of the current issues that we deal with. I mean, we deal with everything from, residents who are not receiving ethnically appropriate food in a facility, all the way to sexual abuse. We had a case this past summer where a resident who was in a cast from her neck down to her waist, who was raped by a staff member. So that's a pretty extreme, situation. But we are partners with, one of our, some of our fellow fundees who are here this evening, such as Sala, Next Door Solutions, such. We work closely with them, and we deal with, almost any issue that you can imagine. Our program, if you know of Adult Protective Services, they deal with people who live in the community. Our program, our mandate is we work with issues within nursing home and assisted living. So we work closely with APS, but that is our mandate. And, when there's family members who are causing abuse, we work with them as well as Sala. So I don't know.
That's actually time. A little bit more than 3 minutes. So if we could wrap up those comments, I'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Wanda. We appreciate that and your patience with whatever technical difficulties you might have. Yeah, every day we get a new thing to learn about what can break. So thank you for persisting. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Wanda? Seeing no questions, I thank you very much, Wanda, for your presentation and for protecting our most vulnerable seniors.
Thank you.
So next up is Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. Could the attendee from Silicon Valley Independent Living Center please raise their hand? I'm sorry, I do not know who's speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. Orlando or Wayne, do you know who is representing?
This is Orlando. I'm scanning for that name right now.
Who am I looking for?
Henry Burns.
I do not see anybody by that name in the queue. I don't think any of us see a Sherry Burns in the queue. I don't remember seeing her there earlier for certain. What I'm going to suggest, maybe she had a technical issue and dropped off, that we move ahead to Community Service Agency Homeless Prevention Services Program if the presenter is ready, and then come back to Sherry if she comes back to us. Tom, I see your hand. I'm going to promote you to panelist. Please unmute yourself. Great. Ready?
Yes, great. Thank you very much. This program, the Homeless Prevention Services Program, is perhaps the most talked about and arguably the most important program that we are providing currently. It's the program that includes rent relief. During normal times, it includes a lot more than rent relief, but right now, rent relief is front and center. But because this application is for the next 2 years, it includes other things. This is about funding a program that does include emergency rent relief, but also includes things like utility relief and other assistance to low-income households. We work with both housed and unhoused community members. Primarily, the unhoused, we work to get them into housing. And then we do this through case management services. And this includes advocacy, enrollment, and benefits. During normal non-COVID times, we have benefits counselors from the county who come to sign people up for county benefits, as well as from the state who come to sign people up for state benefits and so forth. And then we also have access to our nutritious food right here on site. You'll hear about one of our other food programs later on, but you should know that we also run a food pantry program here on site that serves hundreds of people every day coming to CSA for food services. The people who benefit are obviously the people in Mountain View. Our service area is officially Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. We do end up serving people from neighboring communities as well, but Mountain View is our heart and we're in our home, and this is where we are. We estimate that we'll be serving about 2,850 people with this program. And then, of course, the people who supervise the program have experience with supervising this kind of program to the point where right now we are supervising rent relief on the City of Mountain View's rent relief program. And unfortunately, we just surpassed a rather somber milestone. We've distributed over $4 million worth of rent relief funding into the community, and that rent relief has gone to over 1,000 households. A good number of that has gotten second month's rent, a good number of that has gotten third month's rent, and through other funding sources, not City of Mountain View, because we do actually have other buckets of rent relief money, we're actually working on fourth month's rent for folks. People who rent rooms can apply for rent relief. People who are living in RVs can apply for rent relief. And so we're very, very proud and very grateful to city folks like Wayne who've been working with us to make sure that everybody can get access to these funds, or almost everybody can get access to these funds. So anyway, and then finally, I think on the next slide is probably the most indicative thing of the problem that we're going to be dealing with. If you will see that pre-COVID, we would serve, 180, 190 new client households per year. Just in 2020, we had 1,300 new households into this program. We had to quadruple the number of staff in this program. And I can imagine that once COVID is done and we can get back to normal, we're going to probably have to really up the number of volunteers in this program. So that in a nutshell is the homelessness prevention program. You'll hear homelessness prevention spoken a lot. And we all know that even though this virus is going to go away at some point, the economic impact of this virus is not. And we have to be sure that we as a community are prepared, and we are already making plans as an agency to make sure that we are well equipped for the post-COVID world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate all the work you're doing in that program. Any questions from my commissioners? I do have one. Tom, do you happen to know the cumulative back rent that's due in Mountain View or specific to your clients that you serve in this program now?
I don't have that information off the top of my head. If you are familiar with a woman named Simone Berkowitz, who works here at CSA, who's our data guru, I'm sure that she could, with a little bit of help, dig that up for you. Cumulative back rent is going to be significant. And I think that's the thing that scares all of us, is that even though we're doing such a great job of getting rent out there and serving people who are not served normally by rent relief programs, like people in RVs or people who are renting rooms in a house, that I personally am very scared about what's coming up, especially when the eviction moratorium ends at the end of June.
Understood. I know the number is very, very big. I've seen some back of the envelope calculations, but it is terrifying. I see that Commissioner Lynn has her hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
You guys are doing amazing work for the city. I'm just curious, under program administration, and I assume this is for a lot of programs, it says 7 people are dedicated to this program. So is there, I mean, given that 7 people would be serving so many Mountain View residents, are there plans to expand that number of folks? Or I know you mentioned getting more volunteers maybe later in the year.
Actually, thank you for asking that question. It's actually pretty relevant because just last Thursday, a week ago, the CSA Board of Directors met, and I presented them with a plan for expansion of that particular program and gave them the price tag. And after they all gulped, they voted yes. There are definitely plans to expand that program, and I think it's necessary, absolutely necessary. We have temporary staff in place now doing some case management work, much like temporary nurses. These are folks that work at different agencies at different times. We're probably going to convert many of those positions into permanent positions for now.
That is really good to hear. I've done some volunteering during the pandemic myself, and I feel like CSA, while being a great resource, I would love for there to be more folks in this program especially. So that's good news. Looking forward.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from my fellow commissioners? Seeing none, I'm going to ask one more time if the representative from Silicon Valley Independent Living Center has shown up. I don't see the name that was mentioned earlier, unfortunately. Okay, with that said, we will be moving on to the General Fund Public Services presentations. Quick request for everyone just to take a big life-affirming stretch and shake it all out. We're doing a great job here. I have actually asked my Vice Chair, Fernando Romero, to lead the next section for the General Fund presentation. So Fernando, the floor is yours. Oops. I think Fernando is having to find a quieter place to sit. So one more big stretch, yay, okay. He looks, actually, I have just been sent a request for a break. Do I have a second? I'm going to actually second that motion since Fernando seems to have a problem with his connection. So everybody, we will take a 5-minute break, an actual 5-minute break, and be back at 9:17.
Y'all, do we have an estimate of how long we're going to go here? Because my workday starts at 5:30 a.m. Like I'm fading fast.
Go until obviously 9:30 was the earliest it could end. So we will. It all depends. I guess I'm going to give you a horrible answer. It all depends. We're about halfway done with the presentations. So you can guess how long that will take. But then we will have public comment, where we'll probably hear a couple more presentations. I'm counting that in halfway done. And then deliberation. And deliberation depends on if
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not going to be able to make this.
Sorry to hear that. This is usually our longest meeting of the year. It has gone much, much later than 9:30 in the past.
Yes, I understand that. If we're halfway at 3 hours in, this is not going before midnight, and some of our COVID adaptations here shifted me to that early schedule. Like, I'm usually in bed by now. I could go another hour, but it sounds like we're talking 3 or 4.
I'm doing my best to rein us in, but we have more applicants to hear from, and then the deliberating, like I said, will depend on your fellow commissioners' thoughts and desires about what to do. I cannot predict that right now. I do believe there will be some significant discussion in that portion from what I've heard already.
Is there any, can staff advise on any discretion we can take on the length of the presentations and questions? I know we're at 3 minutes, which doesn't even seem that long right now.
True. At this point, all applicants have been told 3 minutes, and applicants up to now have had 3 minutes. So I think it's most fair to let them have their 3 minutes. We've done very good to limit the amount of questions to those that are really germane in terms of understanding funding needs and funding expenditures. So I think we're doing well on that. We have said that this is going to be a really long meeting, and unfortunately, like many council meetings, it can go quite long. If anybody knows that they cannot make at least 2 more hours, I would request a quick straw poll of raised hands in Zoom to let us know that you'll have to drop out. Kevin, we knew that already. I can take another straw poll a bit later, but I would like to get us going and hear the rest of the presentations. We obviously still have quorum. Kevin, I do understand what your schedule is. And unfortunately, there's not much I can do.
No, understood. I trust y'all to make good decisions. I'll stick around for a bit longer. Operating on many constraints here.
Understood. It is not a problem. If anyone else has any issues too, feel free to raise your hand at any point or communicate in one way or another. I will check in relatively soon again. And again, I apologize, but this is a very long meeting, and this particular year is very complicated with the number of applicants and the constraints involved. I was curious if staff had any guidance on Annette's point about the length of the presentations.
What I would suggest is that, Christina, you use a phone timer, and when 3 minutes hits, just unmute yourself so that the timer will go off and the speaker will know that their time is up. And then, as we have made comments before, we encourage commissioners to ask only the most germane questions, and to the applicants to answer briefly.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that insight. I think we will now move to general fund public services presentations. And I, again, have asked Vice Chair Romero to lead us off, following the same format we did before.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Sylvester. So we will try to go as as fast as we can. Obviously, given the percentage, 3 minutes to present. So now we're gonna ask. We're gonna do the presentations for the general fund. So we're gonna ask I believe it's Tom from the Community Service Agency Senior Nutrition Program to raise his hand. Sorry, to raise his hand, and I guess staff will make you a presenter.
That's been done, Tom. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, it takes a few seconds to get that done, but yes, here I am, and thank you. This program, the Senior Nutrition Program, is one of our most popular programs. It's not the one that's like Homeless Prevention Services that's making such dramatic impact, but it's making dramatic impact in its own ways. It's always been very, very popular and well attended at the Mountain View Senior Center. In fact, a lot of people think it is the city's program, but no, it's done by us at CSA. We provide on-site meals Monday through Friday. These meals are cooked there in the commercial kitchen. The meals are then supplemented with things like dancing and games at the indoor and dining hall, as well as presentations on health and so forth. I always say that this program is as much about ending isolation for seniors as it is about feeding them, although I think the feeding is becoming much more important during this time of COVID. The Senior Nutrition Program also is one of those things that benefits people outside of Mountain View, but really does benefit people within Mountain View. And I think the best way to look at it is if you would go to the last slide there, Orlando, and I'll be very brief in my presentation here, is to take a look at what's happened with the number of people being served per day. We went from about 130, 125 to 130, and that number that you see there, 180 to 190, is now actually old. We're now averaging about 201 people per day getting food. So this is a program that is climbing, not to the same degree that you see homeless prevention services, but it is climbing. And it is one that, again, fits into that thing that we talk about, the importance of serving our seniors here in Mountain View. So if you have any questions, I'll take them now. And then again, as I said, more than welcome to contact me offline if you have other questions.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? You may raise your hand, please. I see no questions. Is that correct? Thank you, Tom.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we can move to the next presentation from the Health Trust. Do we have someone, a representative from the Health Trust? Can you raise your hand? Sorry, I don't, okay. I think, Audrey, you can see someone raising their hand.
Yes, you've been promoted to panelist if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Teresa Johnson, and I'm the Director of Food and Nutrition Services at the Health Trust. We are requesting, it's actually general funds, that was my mistake, $30,480 for this year's, for next year's program. The Meals on Wheels program for the Health Trust provides home delivered meals for seniors throughout Santa Clara County. So we provide meals for every city in the county. What we're asking for specifically with this program is for you to fund just the food costs for 4,800 home delivered meals for homebound, low income seniors. We also provide wellness checks, educational materials for our clients. We give them homemade quilts on their birthday, holiday gifts, and things like that. We provide the meals on a weekly or a daily basis, depending on the needs of the clients. Last year at this time, we were serving 1,700 meals per week. 3 weeks after the shutdown, we were serving 9,000 meals a week. By the end of June, we were serving 12,000 meals a week. I like to say we're evening out at about 7,000 meals a week, but you can see the impact on our program. And of course, throughout the county on COVID has been very, very big. We are not losing our clients. What we found out is because of all the publicity and all the different groups going out to try to help people find food, is that once these people come on, they might come because they're quarantined for COVID or what have you, but these are very low income people who are nutritionally at risk and they need to continue their services. We expect to serve over 50 clients in Mountain View each of the next 2 years. We're asking you to partially support the food for only 30 of those Mountain View seniors. We, as I said, we provide meals throughout the county. In fiscal year 19, we served 107,000 meals. At the end of the FY20, which included 1/4 of the pandemic, that went to 214,000 meals. And this year we're projecting that we will serve over 300,000 meals. Our COVID funding has been allowing us to serve a great number of clients, but we're anticipating that that money is going to fall off for next fiscal year. So we're being very judicious right now. We're trying to roll funds over so that we can continue to serve all the clients we need next year, and we won't have to drop anyone off. Our food, you can go to the next slide. Our food is prepared fresh daily, and we provide a drink and a fresh fruit. We do not provide dessert. They meet older Americans' nutrition requirements, and the food is never got added salt. It's all kind of flavored with herbs and spices. We have about 75% of our drivers are volunteers, so we're very, very careful with the funding we do receive.
Teresa, I don't know if you heard the timer, but the timer did go off.
Okay. I didn't see it. Sorry.
Yeah, we're not able to show it, so I'm trying to get it close to the microphone so speakers can hear it.
Okay. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Teresa. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? I see 2 hands up. I don't know who's first. Commissioner, I don't know who raised their hand first. Commissioner Lin, you want to start?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that presentation, Teresa. Trying to do the math here in my head. It says, so your request is for 30,400. The total individual serve is about 1,150 folks, 50 of whom live in Mountain View. And how many meals per individual is that?
So we're asking for the funding would all go toward the cost of meals, which are $6.35 each.
Okay.
That will fund 4,800 meals. That will partially support about 30 clients in Mountain View. It's difficult to decide, or estimate exactly how many meals a client will serve. Some get meals 7 days a week, some get them 4 days a week. They go off and on service because they're in the hospital or they're out of the area. So this is about an average of 150 meals per client. Generally speaking, in Mountain View, my average number of meals per client is about 225.
Okay.
So this request would not fund all of the meals we expect to serve for those 30 people, but we do try to utilize funding from other sources. We have some county funding, we have some federal funding that we also put into the city of Mountain View residents. We're not asking for any staffing at this point. We're just trying to get our meals at least partially paid for.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Lin. Now, Commissioner Novido.
Thank you. I have a question, since this also relates to seniors. and the CSA also provides a nutrition program for the seniors. How does your program differ, or is there some kind of overlap or partnering?
Our program would be complementary to the Mountain View Community Services. Our clients are homebound, so they don't have transportation. Most often they have fairly advanced illnesses, which keep them at home. They don't have access to daily grocery shopping, or they're just too elderly to fix their own food. One of the clients in Mountain View that I like to talk about is Penny. We did some very significant outreach to senior services, mobile home parks, and things in Mountain View a couple of years ago. We brought Penny onto the program, and when I called her a week after she started to see how things were going, she told me that she had only been eating one meal a day because she didn't have access to getting food and she didn't have enough money. So this is the kind of program that we provide, where we go out into the homes where the people who are not able to get to the senior centers can be served.
Okay, thank you so much for your great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question for Teresa. Do you guys get food donations, or do you guys purchase your food?
We purchase our meals prepared. So we have a vendor who is in San Jose. He provides the meals every day. They're very strictly prepared according to the nutrition requirements, the vitamin A, the vitamin C. You know, all of our food is whole wheat. Like our pasta is homemade by our vendor every day, and it's whole wheat pasta. So we really pride ourselves on very healthy, delicious food. But we do get some food donated for our food basket that we use in conjunction with donations from Second Harvest Food Bank to provide groceries for some of our aid services and our housing clients. We can also augment our Meals on Wheels clients with grocery delivery too. So if they're receiving meal delivery every week and they need additional food, we can also send them a couple of bags of groceries that are easy to prepare items, and they're just delivered by the driver twice a month.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Novito's hand up. Do you have another question? Oh, okay. So I guess, yeah, you don't have a question. Okay, so we can move to the next presenter from United Way of the Bay Area. Do we have a representative from there? Can you raise your hand? Okay, I see someone raising their hand. Okay, can you unmute
Hi there.
yourself?
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Madison Priest, and I'm the Development Officer for Institutional Grants. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of United Way Bay Area. We're requesting funds today for 211 Bay Area Information and Referral Services. 211 is a free vital service that connects callers to food, shelter, healthcare, and other vital community services. Instead of multiple calls that can lead to dead ends, this free helpline connects those in need with a trained specialist so that they can get matched with the right services. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, 211 has also provided residents with essential information about the virus and local services to help callers withstand the outbreak's severe economic effects. 211 is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and in over 150 languages. All calls are confidential, and users can also request help via text or visit our guided search site at 211bayarea.org. In terms of who this activity will benefit, 211 is for everyone. It's for if you're suffering from food insecurity or housing instability, if you're a child looking for transportation for your elderly parent, if you're seeking support following a natural disaster or a crisis. a call to 211 can provide hope and a connection to resources. And kind of top needs in this most recent fiscal year were access to affordable housing and shelter, food pantries, income support and assistance, healthcare, and legal, consumer, and public safety services. If funded, we'll be serving 500 individuals from the city of Mountain View for each of the 2 years, so 1,000 in total. We've been working with 211 for a very long time. We've been responding to calls and texts in our 6 Bay Area counties since 2005. And we, in this most recent fiscal year, we responded to 66,228 calls and texts, including 1,098 Mountain View residents. That number definitely went up because of COVID. And I did just want to draw your attention finally to some of these top needs for Mountain View callers. So one thing you'll notice is that COVID needs have gone up. So diagnostic tests, you're also seeing more requests for homeless assistant, rental payments, homeless shelter, for kind of basic need services of that nature. I'd also like to just point you to how many more needs we've been experiencing as the call volume has gone up. The kind of needs that individuals are calling us for has also gone up. So thank you, commissioners, for having me here today, and I welcome any questions about our program.
All right, thank you, Madison, thank you. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? I see one hand up. Commissioner Solomon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And one of the questions that I had from the proposal was actually you've answered, which had to do with the big increase in fiscal year 20 to 21, the increase in residents from Mountain View who are contacting the line. And I would have expected it was related to COVID. Related to that, so and excuse me, you see me looking down because I'm looking at the proposal here. Fiscal years 18 and 19, in the proposal, your organization stated that goals for Mountain View clients were not met. Then with the spike from the pandemic in fiscal year 20 to 21, that the goals for Mountain View have been exceeded. So my question is, when we come out of the pandemic, will your organization be taking particular steps to do outreach or in other ways encourage or promote Mountain View residents specifically to use your service? Thank you in advance for your response.
Thank you for your question. The answer is kind of, we haven't yet planned that far out, but I imagine we will. We've certainly expanded our education and outreach as an organization a great deal during the pandemic. That has included a community benefits outreach project in which 211 coordinated with a few of our other programs in order to make sure that everybody was who was eligible for COVID benefits was receiving those benefits. And so we've done a lot of education and outreach in Santa Clara and throughout the Bay Area for things like that. And I imagine that we will continue to do so as the pandemic lessens. I suppose the other thing that I would want to add to that is that these basic needs are not going to just go away when the pandemic goes away. We are going to keep seeing people who are going to be needing our services even after they no longer need to know where to get COVID testing. And so I don't see those needs going down anytime soon, sadly.
Yeah, great point, a sad point, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Madison. Commissioner Solomon, do you have another question? I see your hand up. Okay, no more questions. Thank you, Madison, for your presentation and for the work you guys are doing. All right, so the next presenter will be from Parents helping parents. Do we have a representative from there? And I see one hand up. Okay. Mark Fischler. Okay, so can you unmute yourself, please?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Fischler. I'm the Development Director at Parents Helping Parents. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. PHP and City of Mountain View have an almost 20-year history in helping families that are raising children with special needs. Our request tonight is for $7,500 per year, $15,000 total. What PHP does is help parents that are raising children with special needs on a one-on-one basis, workshops that we've been doing around things like explaining to parents what the special ed process is and how to obtain public benefits that their child might be eligible for, such as something called SSI, Supplemental Security Income from the federal government, or IHSS, in-home support services from the county. And then in addition to that, we have parent support groups that are in 3 languages. All of this has been done for the last year over Zoom. We've moved virtually all of our services and programs to Zoom. We do, in a typical week, we're doing 10 to 12 different Zooms in 3 different languages, English, Vietnamese, and Spanish. And, you know, it's been, look, I'm not going to say that COVID's been easy on anybody, but for families raising a child with special need, it's been an extremely difficult year. The special needs community has seen twice the number of positive cases, even worse, twice the number of deaths. Special ed, if you're raising a child with special needs, distance learning, it's just not working. And if you have an older adult, let's say, with a disability, day programs have pretty much ceased to exist. So it's been a really challenging time for our families, and we've seen the need for our services increase over the last year. You want to go to the next slide? I already talked about who we serve. But one thing to note, almost everybody that works at PHP is raising a child with special needs themselves. So when you come talk to us, you're coming and talking to somebody who's walked that same mile that you have. 250 families over 2 years is what we expect to serve. Historically, that's what we've been doing. We did see actually a 28% increase last year. The latest thing that I'll close with that we've been involved in is equity around the vaccine distribution. We are actually co-chairing a committee that is run by the county health department, very focused on making sure that our folks get in line and get the vaccine. We actually hosted a town hall with Dr. Marty Fenterscheib, who runs the county health department vaccine rollout plan just for our families the other day. We had 379 people attend. As you can imagine, that's on everybody's mind, and I'm just very glad that we're able to help families understand when it's their turn to get a vaccine and how to go about getting it done. I'll stop here and would love to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Mark. Do we have any questions from the commissioners?
I have one, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand as a host. So I have a quick question. I believe in your proposal, you said you would stay virtual even after the pandemic. Is that a permanent change for the organization?
Yeah, I think what we have found is many families prefer coming to an event over Zoom. Having said that, there are many families with a digital divide, and we know we need to get back out in the community. And then on top of that, what we also have found, particularly for our Spanish-speaking clients, which is our largest group of clients, as a matter of fact, about 40% of our clients are Hispanic, and 80% overall are people of color. For our Hispanic clients that may not necessarily have a smartphone, we've started a texting service with them, and that is the other way that we're trying to reach families. So I'd say we're going to move to a hybrid when it's safe to return to having in-person meetings. We'll do both.
Thank you very much. It's interesting to hear ways that Zoom will actually potentially benefit. give us new lessons that we can learn and improve our own organization. So it's good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Do we have any? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Lin, please.
Thanks. Hi, Mark. Thanks for your presentation and for all the work you do. I noticed that, so the lion's share of the general funds that you're requesting are going to personnel costs. And then in the application, it says that 27 staff members are going to be dedicated to this program. Can you tell us sort of what are the designations or the titles of those staff members? How many, I'm particularly interested in how many are case managers or the ones who will be working directly with the families that are your clients?
Yeah, we have 35 employees overall, so the 27 just reflects the people that are actually serving families. So like I'm not part of that 27, right? Because I'm the development director raising funds. And the overall, I estimate that we probably spend, a little over $40,000 a year supporting Mountain View families. We're only asking you for 7,500 of that, and we use, I'm out there raising other funds, obviously, all the time. We have no other dedicated source of funding for Mountain View residents. So your support every year is very important to us. But and just to close that out, so you're talking about the people that are on the phone with our families, program specialists, whether they're experts in the special education process or in the public benefits process, or people that can help them, like I said before, navigate how to get a vaccine for themselves and for their child.
Okay,
But
yeah, the subject matter experts for the families. Okay, that helps.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mark. Do we have any more questions for Mark? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your time. All right. So our next presenter will be from Ravenswood Family Network Primary Health. We have a presenter. All right, see Luisa, all right? Will you be promoted to panelist, or I'm sorry, presenter? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So I'm Luisa Boada. I'm the CEO of Ravenswood Family Health Network. And in April of this year, we transitioned the Mayview Community Health Center sites over to under the Ravenswood Family Health Network program. And we continued all of the services that were there before, except that during the period of COVID shelter in place, we did reduce our in-person care by about 50% during that period of time, but we continued to call and outreach and make sure people got their prescriptions. We serve about, per year, about 2,500 residents of Mountain View in total. We're proposing this general funds for over a 2-year period, 1,165 uninsured Mountain View residents. 50% of the patients that we serve at 900 Miramonte are uninsured. We do raise funds from various sources for uncompensated care. This would represent about 16% of the difference or the amount of money that we need to raise to cover those costs. We have decades of experience providing healthcare, as well as the Mayview staff who continue to work with us. We also have worked with patients. All of our sites serve extremely low and low income families. More than 80% have incomes below 200% of federal poverty. We provide primary and preventive care. And so we're doing full medical care from womb to tomb, including getting women into, we do their prenatal care for their deliveries, and we take care of their newborns. We also provide behavioral health services, lab, and pharmacy. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions from you. Previously, Mayview Community Health Center did receive funding for these services when they were on their own as a separate organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Luisa. Do we have any questions from commissioners? I see one hand from Commissioner Lynn.
Hi, Luisa. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm wondering, so staff recommendation, at least in our binder, is for 25,000 from the general funds, and your requested amount from general funds was 50,000 for personnel costs. So I'm wondering if you could help us explain sort of how that impacts, or what how that would change your application, or like how those funds would be used, since it's a little different from your plan in your application.
This is Orlando.
Yes, hi, Orlando.
Hi. Just to speak to that. So in the presentation with general funds, unlike CDBG funds, they are an allocation of 1 year. However, the second year is conditional depending on availability and performance. Their ask for the first year is 25,000. The second year would be another 25 for a total of 50, but the allocation can only be for one year since it's under general funds.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, that's my misunderstanding then. Thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Solomon, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Luisa. I have a question. So my understanding is that there is a push in California with the governor. We'll see what happens, for undocumented adults to be granted coverage under Medi-Cal. And if that were to happen, which would be fabulous, that would presumably reduce the number of uninsured residents in Mountain View. And I just wanted to see if you had any comments about how, if that actually goes through and undocumented adults become covered by Medi-Cal, how that would affect your patient flow, services, just if you have any comments about that. Thank you.
And I don't know what the exact rules are going to be, because some of that depends on rules. Like for now, for example, people who have legal residence and green cards, they still have to wait 5 years before they're eligible for Medi-Cal. And so it'll be interesting to see how that gets rolled out, and if it's funded, because I know that's the other challenge, following that. But yes, it would cover more people. And then some of this also depends, a lot of our immigrant population are very concerned if they are applying for a green card or trying to, they're sponsoring a family member. Would this cause a public charge issue that would make them ineligible? And so until that gets resolved, a lot of people are unwilling to accept Medi-Cal, even for their children who are born in the United States.
Yeah. Thank you for commenting on that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Do we have any other questions from commissioners? I see Commissioner Solomon's hand still up. All right.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Do we have any more questions? All right, thank you, Luisa, for your presentation and for staying with us tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to thank the attendees tonight. I know we're going into a long meeting tonight, so thank you for hanging with us. So now I would like to call someone from the Healthier Kids Foundation. Do we have someone from? All right, I see one hand up. All right. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, this is Laura Casas, and I was supposed to speak on behalf of the Day Worker Center of Mountain View, but I haven't come up, and I hope you didn't skip me, so I'm just asking where do I fit in on my presentation on behalf of.
Yes, you were next. So we have the Healthier Kids Foundation.
Oh, okay. I thought we were done with the general fund request, and that I was part of that request.
No,
Okay.
no.
Just clarification. Just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
you're coming up next.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have a representative from the Healthier Kids Foundation? Can you raise your hand, please? Going once, going twice. Do we see anybody?
This is Orlando. There should be a Marissa Hacker.
Marissa. You see her on the attendee?
No, I don't see Marissa on the attendee list.
Okay, so I
She
guess
might have been there earlier. I don't see her now.
okay, she might have gone. Okay, so I guess we can move with the Day Worker Center Healthy Meals. Laura, you still there? Now you can talk to us.
We need to re-promote her.
Okay, you've been promoted, so Lori can unmute yourself.
Okay. I just yeah, I just wanted, thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I'll be brief. It's on behalf of the Day Workers Center of Mountain View. We've been in existence since 1996. That means this year will be our 25th anniversary. Our mission is to connect workers with employers. We also do some job training on the premises, like on tile work, painting, cleaning, gardening, helping people move. These are temporary jobs, but good jobs for our population. Our request is $20,000 for healthy meals. If you can understand that this pandemic has been very hard on many populations, but it's been absolutely devastating for our day workers. And it's so difficult to focus on finding work when you're hungry. So we have a kitchen on the premises. It's a commercial kitchen, and we prepare these meals on a daily basis, home cooked. Some of the vegetables are from our own garden in the backyard, and some spices. We use combustible, what's it called? Biodegradable and composable containers. The people come in line, and we practice social distancing, and they don't come onto the premises. We just hand over their containers of food. Our day worker population is between 18 and 64. That's 86% of our population, but we also feed young families. We do a lot of data collection with our applications and our daily logging. Our marketing plan is quite extensive. Newsletters, newspapers, websites, word of mouth, flyers, outreach in the churches and schools. Everything is bilingual. We do virtual training on with Department of Motor Vehicles licensing and technology and virtual. And this is all done virtually at the moment. We're also ADA accessible for disabled people. Our bathrooms and our doors are for wheelchair accessible. Our goal is to get our workers to transition into finding work, and this will help with our economic opportunity, economic development, and job training. And we do measure our outcomes. We do data collection and surveys and regular surveys. We segregate our accounts to avoid fraud and waste mismanagement. We use Quicken Books. In conclusion, this is an equity issue, indispensable. The meals are warm and nutritious, culturally relevant. Please help in diminishing the stress of our workers and giving them dignity and all cognitive ability to find work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Lara. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Solomon, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you could just summarize how someone becomes eligible to get meals at the Day Worker Center. So is it for those who are registered for other services with the Day Worker Center? In other words, they are themselves day workers, or how do you determine who's eligible to get the meals?
You know, Maria Marroquin is our executive director. I'm on the board. I don't exactly know the answer to that question, but I could get that for you. My understanding is anyone who comes to the center does file an application. So I would assume that they would have to register first, and then that would enable them to be in line to get a job, because we work on a first come, it's a priority list of who comes first, and then you stand in line for the next job. So I would assume that that's how it works, but I could get back to you on that one to make sure I'm giving you proper information.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lara. Okay, I see Commissioner
What you do? It's okay. I just wanted to get clarification when you talk about the healthy meal program. Is it warm meals to be served on site that are prepared there? Because you talked about having some food grown on the premises.
Yes, we have a garden in the backyard.
Okay, so is the food prepared? Food from the garden prepared there? Because I was just wondering.
Well, I know they have some spices, and I know they have like zucchini and corn and things like that. But so some of the food is prepared by the commercial kitchen that we have there.
I was also wondering if there could be some kind of partnering also with the CSA, because since they have a food pantry, it's just an idea. If you guys have tried to kind of do some partnering, or
I'm sorry, with what with
CSA, since they have a pantry.
My understanding is we have a lot of cross services with CSA. They help a lot of our workers. I think with the eviction and rental and other services. So there is a lot of cross section on that.
Okay. So, I mean, wouldn't that help to relieve some of the problems you're having, or the situation with the food or with the meals?
When you say problems with it, what problems are you talking about? What
you're talking about? You need assistance with healthy meals. I think that was what was emphasized. And I was wondering if you're partnering with CSA, which also provide food or meals through their pantry. Wouldn't that help a little bit to relieve some of the situation you're having with providing the healthy meals for the day workers?
So the only thing I understand though is that the meals are prepared on the premises for the workers, and the workers are hired. The employers come to the premises to pick up the workers to go out into the field. So we would do the meals on the premises to provide for the workers who come to the premises for the jobs, for the job placement.
So they have the lunch on the premise. Yes. I'm just trying to understand what. Okay.
Yes. No.
Okay, it's not to take away.
Premises.
Oh, it's not to take away, but to have on the premises.
Well, no. We provide containers of food. It's prepared on the premises, but the workers pick it up there at the Day Worker Center. And they also meet their employers there at the premises.
Okay, I was a bit confused as how the meal program works, but okay, thank you.
So we serve twice a day. The meals are served twice a day, every day.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, Commissioner Webb, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm gonna piggyback off of that, but my question is more of, I've been to the Day Worker Center. I've taken a tour of it, so I've seen the kitchen. It's a industrial kitchen, and I've also seen the garden where they grow the spices and things of that nature. My my question with this, as far as the meals are concerned, are the fluctuation right now with COVID is one day you get 50, the other day you get 150. How do you deal with the fluctuation, and how do you deal with the waste, and how are you predicting this, and how do you do this with your cost? You're doing your cost over time, but you don't know how many people you're truly going to get during these times.
Well, actually, we've had quite a bit of people, and it is predictable. We have, it doesn't really fluctuate that much. It actually has gotten a little bit increase in people coming to the center. So it's not like you get 10 people one day and 75 the next. There's a pretty regular population from Mountain View that come to the center.
Okay. Thank you.
I see Commissioner Nokido's hand up. Do you have another question? Okay, so does any... Oh,
I do. I'm sorry, I can't raise my hand.
Okay.
Laura, I'm wondering how the program is funded today.
Oh, well, that's a good question, because we have lots of funding from individual donors, very, very generous people that want to remain anonymous, wealthy donors. We have, I believe, I wrote it down, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, the El Camino Hospital. I mean, it costs a lot to feed people. So I think the money we're asking from the City of Mountain View is just a fraction of the costs, but it certainly is very welcome and it would be very helpful. And I don't know if there's going to be any more questions, but I just want to say I really am so impressed tonight with all the help that the City of Mountain View is and all the people that are so generous. I'm just so proud to be part of Mountain View. So thank you to everyone a part of this program. Yeah. So any more questions?
All right, thank you, Laura. Thank you. I see no more questions, so all right, thank you. All right, do we have a representative from the Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto? Can you please raise your hand? I see one attendee, Katrina. All right, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Be on video. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Katrina Logan. I'm the Director of the Economic Advancement Program at Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto. Just a quick background. We are a nonprofit legal services organization based in East Palo Alto, but we serve low-income families throughout the region. We do have an office in Mountain View, and we provide legal services in the areas of immigration, housing, and in the Economic Advancement Program, we have workers' rights, re-entry, and some consumer representation. So our Promoting Economic Advancement Program is really focused on promoting economic resilience, particularly with low-wage workers in the region. As a lot of you know, essential workers is sort of the lingo that we've all adopted through the pandemic. But what we've seen is that means, really workers who are have to be physically present in their workplace in order to do their work. Remote work is not an option. And a lot of times people are working in cramped workplaces. And so what we've seen, particularly in East Palo Alto, is a really big increase in terms of the number of people who get exposed to coronavirus and who carry it back home with them, usually to households that are overcrowded. And so what we want to do through this program is really empower and educate workers to understand what benefits they might be eligible for, also understand what their rights are, whether it's in the job application process or on the job, or even if they lose their job. And so, you know, in terms of the services that we provide, I think we really want to start with doing outreach and education, because what we've seen through the pandemic is it will help a lot more workers if they know that there are benefits that they're eligible for and that they're able to apply for. And so another part of our program is also removing barriers to jobs, and that includes helping people clean up their criminal records. I think if you want to move on to the next slide, just talking a little bit about our direct services. We obviously have some experience in Mountain View through our other programs, including housing with, you know, a lot of our staff worked on the rent control bill there. And then our immigration team is also fairly active in Santa Clara County. And so we are, you know, the smaller program, if you will, and we're hoping to really help work with partnerships that we've already established within the city of Mountain View and North County to really start increasing people's awareness about their rights on the job. In terms of our experience, you know, since 2019, we've recovered over $540,000 in unpaid wages and damages on behalf of our clients. And in partnership with the Palo Alto Public Defender's Office, which unfortunately is no longer there, we filed close to 350 expungement petitions in Santa Clara and San Mateo County. And then the last slide, I think, is just a really brief overview of really who we serve and the impact that we've seen. Last year, we surveyed about 21 of our reentry clients who were able to go through the expungement process with us. And as you can see, the majority of those folks were either able to find or keep a job, pass a background check, but overall, they got more confidence once they were able to clean up their record. And then in terms of where our clients work.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's time.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Katrina. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? You may raise your hand, please. All right, I see Commissioner Solomon, and after that, Commissioner Lin and Commissioner Webb after.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about one of the points in the proposal states that a partnership with the City of Mountain View will help your organization to strengthen outreach and client services in Mountain View specifically. And I just wanted to ask if you could say a little bit more about how you will be doing outreach in Mountain View, and especially given the pandemic situation.
Sure. So I think that oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Yes. Sorry. I was just saying thank you. Thank you in advance for your answer.
Sure. No problem. Thanks for the question. Yeah. So what we've found through the pandemic is that we've had to leverage a lot more technology to reach our clients and also just reach the community. I think we've definitely tried to adapt to that. So I think that what we would really leverage is we've started using a mass texting platform, and we've actually sent out a lot of the eviction moratorium updates to our clients through that. I think we would leverage that in terms of trying to reach more of the same client community with updates in terms of workers' rights benefits and sort of, you know, any other rights that they might have during the pandemic. Another way, obviously, is to leverage the partnerships that we already have, particularly with great agencies that do serve the community in Mountain View, like CSA and the Day Workers Center, which we've certainly partnered with before in the past to do in-person Know Your Rights presentations. And I think, you know, given the situation that we're in, we would probably leverage technology to give those presentations to both staff and community if possible.
Right. Commissioner Lynn, please unmute yourself.
I'm glad that Julie asked that question because that was one of the two questions I wanted to ask and I couldn't choose between the two. But I mean, like I said to Sala, Direct Legal Services has a special place in my heart. And I'm just wondering, I know there's some forms of legal funding and or funding for legal nonprofits that are available out there. And I was looking at your other sources of legal funding, and I'm wondering if any of those prevent you from representing undocumented immigrants in your agency.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And no, they don't. We are not an LSC, which is Legal Services Corporation funded organization. That's federal funding, and we don't receive that. So no, we are not barred from serving undocumented immigrants or anybody with mixed status in the community.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Webb, please unmute yourself.
All right, I have two questions, but the first one's really short. I was just looking in the packet, and it mentioned the location in Mountain View. Where's the location going to be during that after the COVID when we go back to normal times?
Well, it's an office space. I believe that we are still paying on that lease, and we probably will be through the pandemic. It's over on Wistman Road is where our office space is. Is that what your question was?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And the other one was, you said you're going to affect some disabled people in the community, and it looked like a large portion of it was going to go towards them. But I didn't see anything in your presentation. We may have not gotten to it, but what kind of services are you going to be able to provide for disabled people? Since it was called out.
Yeah, I'm one of the program attorneys, so I didn't put together the grant application, but I will say that we don't discriminate based on any sort of ability or any kind of status. So I honestly, I'm not really sure if where that was called out in the application. I can definitely get back to you on that and ask our development staff to help me out with the answer.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the work you do.
All right, thank you, Katrina. Do we have any more questions from our commissioners? See, Commissioner Solomon.
I just want to point out that I see that Madeline Musante, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, has raised her hand, and I believe she's from the same organization. So I'm not sure, is that correct? I'm not sure if she wanted to respond to one of the questions.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Solomon. Audrey,
Can you, Katrina, can you verify that Madeline is with?
Yes, she is. Yes, okay. She's our grants manager. So
all right, I will promote her to panelist.
Okay. I see another hand from Patricia as well.
I have promoted Madeline. If Madeline can unmute herself and respond to the question.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I just wanted to briefly respond to the question about serving disabled community members. So that number was based off of, we have a case tracking system where we track demographics of all of our clients that we serve. And I look at the data by program. So that was based on the portion of economic advancement clients in Mountain View who, in addition, who are disabled, who have received services. And it was just looking at, if we increased the clients that we were serving in Mountain View, the percentage that would increase as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that actually does make sense.
All right.
So thank you. Thank you for chiming in.
All right, thank you, Madeline. Okay, Chair Sylvester, you have a question?
Thank you. How many clients do you have in Mountain View or project that you'll have in Mountain View in the coming year? And do they mostly live here, work here, or a combination?
I can generally answer that question. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, and certainly in 2020 we saw a drop in terms of just the overall number of clients that we serve. I think generally we see about 5 to 10% of clients from Mountain View. So we would really want to increase that percentage so that that portion of our client base, because of our increased outreach and work in, with partner organizations in the community, and with the hope that we would get more referrals from the area. So hopefully that might answer your question generally. And I don't know if there was a second part to that question.
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. I do have a question. There's a person named Patricia Narciso in the attendee box with her hand up.
Yeah, Patricia is the director of our strategic partnership, so she is part of our organization.
Did we have a question that she wanted to answer? I think she just got promoted, so. Thank you very much for your answer, by the way.
Hi, so yeah, I think Madeline did a fine job of responding to the first question about people with disabilities. And just remembering from a conversation earlier today with Katrina, there is, we're aware that there's a large RV dwelling homeless population in Mountain View, and a number of them, in order to really support their situation, our reentry services can be particularly relevant in that area, as well as with other people, as well as with other people in the community who might need those services as well. But calling those folks out in particular in Mountain View, I know is a group that we would like to reach.
All right, thank you, Patricia. Do we have any other questions from the commissioners? Right, seeing no questions, I would like to thank Katrina, Madeline, and Patricia for answering our questions and for the presentation. Thank you. All right, so do we have someone from the Child Advocates of Silicon Valley? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, I see your hand up. Michelle, okay, you will be promoted to presenter. Unmute yourself when you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much, commissioners, for taking the time this evening to hear from all of these great community partners doing good work in the city of Mountain View. My name is Michelle Epparini. I am the Director of Development at Child Advocates of Silicon Valley. We operate the Court-Appointed Special Advocate Program, or the CASA program as we like to call it. We are the only CASA program located in and serving Santa Clara County. We serve children placed in the dependency care system after experiencing abuse, neglect, and or abandonment. These are youth who found themselves removed from their homes, their schools, and their life completely disrupted by no fault of their own. We match these youth with a CASA. It's a highly trained volunteer who's appointed by a judge to advocate for this foster youth. The CASA serves the foster youth in the following ways. So they're a mentor to that child. They get to know the child, kind of really get to know their personality and who they are, what their hopes and dreams are. From there, they're also an advocate. So they work with that child to figure out what are their needs in the system, what isn't being addressed, and how can they advocate to make sure that it's getting addressed for that particular child. So that's educational advocacy, medical advocacy, a variety of different ways. And then they lift up the voice of that child in the court hearing procedures. So while they're in court, they want to make sure that that child's wishes are heard, their needs are heard, and that their voice is being heard by the judge who's making decisions for their life. And the CASA makes sure that that happens. We're asking the city for $40,000 to serve 50 youth over 2 years. We had originally requested this, as Orlando pointed out, for CDBG fundings, and we're more than happy to pivot over to the city funding. That's fine by us. The funds would benefit Mountain View youth ages birth to 21 years of age. We're a 35-year-old organization with expertise unique to the needs of foster youth with that many years of experience working very closely with this population. We have a staff of 28 who train and support over 500 CASAs annually. And then our staff also leads specialty areas. So they really focus on what are the specific needs that are unique to foster youth and how can we make sure that those needs are being addressed. So it's everything from educational levels to LGBT plus identity to sexual assault survivors, early childhood education, transitioning out of foster care, and then dually involved youth who are in the juvenile justice system as well as the dependency system. We're really making sure that we're meeting all of the variety of needs that these kids have. Since COVID started, we've been able to do a pretty detailed survey with our CASAs to reach out to their youth and kind of say, what is it that your kids need? What's happening? What are they experiencing? And how can we meet those needs? Through that outreach and through the CASAs, we were able to identify funding as well as the needs of these kids. And we're able to get out activity good books, laptops, headphones, school supplies, holiday gifts, a variety of different things that these kids needed to make it through the pandemic a little bit more comfortably and with the needs they needed, particularly around education with that pivoting to a virtual space, making sure they had what they needed to stay engaged in school. Additionally,
I'm sorry, but that's time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Please raise your hand. Right, see Commissioner Lynn. Hand up, please unmute yourself.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you so much for this presentation. And I'm just wondering, since the CASAs are volunteers, the 28 staff members, how do they support? Are they training the CASAs or recruiting the CASAs, or how does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So we have a recruitment team that does all of our outreach to CASAs in different areas throughout the county because we want to make sure that they're located as closely as possible to the communities that these kids are living in. So there's outreach, there's marketing. We also do the training. The training went completely virtual a year ago as well. So the whole training process is done virtually, and that there's a team for that. And then we have our CASA specialists and our case assessment team. So there's a variety of different folks that are kind of serving different parts of the process, as well as development and, you know, our finance team, all of that.
Okay. And then just really quickly, how many CASAs are there right now?
We have 500, approximately around 500.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other commissioners who want to ask a question? Let's see, Commissioner Lynn's hand up. Okay, she took it down.
I'm trying to do that faster than you can see it.
All right, do we have any other questions for Michelle? All right, I see no hands up. Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. And, you know, thank you to all our attendees for staying with us tonight. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Romero, for leading that section and giving me and my voice a little bit of a break. I appreciate that very much. You did a great job, so thank you. That concludes the formal part of our presentations, and we will be moving to public comment now. Public comment is for any member of the public who would like to provide comment on the item that we just heard. This is also the time for applicants who were not recommended for funding but would like to present to us to present. If you either want to make a comment, a general comment, or want to make a presentation about your organization, please use the raise hand function in Zoom. And each speaker will be given 3 minutes. Christina will run the timer. I see Vicki Grove from CSMA. I'm promoting you to panelist. If you can unmute yourself, Vicki, and start when we're ready. I assume we don't have presentations for this group. Is that correct, staff?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Ready when you are, Vicki.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. I'm Vicki Scott Grove, Executive Director of CSMA. With me tonight is Director of Development, Chung-Chi Shen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about CSMA's role in serving the low-income members of our community. We have submitted a formal written response to the staff's recommendation, which I hope you have read. In 3 minutes, I can only highlight a few key points. CSMA does an exceptional job of serving extremely low and low-income families in Mountain View and has done it for over 50 years. Our work with students is frequent, weekly, and sustained, offered on a semester or school year basis. Last year, we served over 28,000 people in the broader area, including 8,000 Mountain View residents, of whom 1,700 were extremely low and low income. I want to emphasize the last number I mentioned. That number captures 1,563 students qualifying for free and reduced price meals and nearly 200 low-income preschoolers served by the district. The combined subsidy we provided to just these two programs was nearly $150,000. In addition, we provided tuition assistance to 164 extremely low and low-income students in Mountain View, a lower than normal amount due to COVID. These numbers don't include those served by all of our free programming, over 20 free events and concerts for all. We have been a recipient of general fund support over the last 18 years in recognition of the quality of our programs, our commitment to serving those impacted by poverty, and the essential role of the arts in each and every individual's well-being. So with these outstanding programs and numbers, why are we not among the list of recommended organizations? I would like to bring to your attention a number of issues with the application process. The CDBG application is required of all applicants, regardless of their focus or programs. As an arts organization, which serves the greatest number of low-income beneficiaries through partnerships, our data reflects the data of our partners. Schools measure poverty in terms of the number of students qualifying for free, reduced price, and free reduced price meals. This measure captures families at the lowest end of the poverty range, but does not allow us to answer questions about moderate income beneficiaries. As a result, our data answers are incomplete. We provided answers for extremely low and low income, but not moderate. In the past, these data issues were understood. I also want to point out that we have always applied for a general support grant and were never pointed in a different direction, perhaps because all of our programs provide access to low-income families. However, there are disadvantages to trying to fully describe 8 within one application. Thank you for listening. I sincerely hope you will recommend the school for funding, and I request staff revisit statements in their memos to better reflect the impact of our school on the community.
Thank you very much, Vicki. I forgot to mention that the commission is welcome to ask questions of Vicki at this time. Just use your raise hand function if you have any questions. Commissioner Lin.
Hey, Vicki, thanks for your comment and for staying so long tonight. You mentioned that your program had gotten general funds awarded in the past 18 years. Was that, is that basically like 2002 to 2020? Is that
yes, correct. 2003 was our first year.
I see.
Through the last funding cycle.
Okay, thanks. I wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Vice Chair O'Mara.
Thank you, Vicki. Do you guys use some type of benchmarks to, for your program, or do you guys have any statistical data or anything that you guys keep about your program?
Yes, absolutely. Every program has goals for number of students served, It does vary by program. Our in-school program, for example, we track by our art program, our music, how many schools, how many districts, how many classrooms, how many total students, how many of our schools qualify as Title I schools and receive a subsidy to us. So there's actually a matrix for every single program. Again, difficult to capture in an application with character limits.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes, hi. Can you tell me if there are any other programs like this that serve Mountain View?
None.
So you're the only program that provides arts outside of schools? And we know
we provide art and music instruction in all 9 elementary schools in Mountain View during the school day, weekly, sequential, standard-based instruction with working artists and musicians. Another thing I think wasn't captured was that our faculty, which come from around the world, we have 140 that serve in our programs, and they're the ones who deliver our programs.
So you're saying that you cover everyone on the socioeconomic ladder?
All 9 schools, every grade level. In addition, that's just the in-school program.
Okay.
Ages, I should add, 9 months to 90 years plus.
I have a question for you, Vicki. Without the funding that you've requested, and if you didn't have another source of funding for it, would you need to cut specific programs or the reach of the programs you now have?
I think the most important thing about the funding we receive from the City of Mountain View is an affirmation of our value to our own community. And that's extremely important to us as we leverage that investment and raise fundings from a whole multitude of other sources.
As an occasional grant writer, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Extremely important.
Understood. Thank you for sharing that perspective. Vice Chair Romero, I thought your hand went back up.
Yes, it did. I just have a follow-up question for Vicki. What is the selection process of the students for your program? How do you guys, choose the students?
I'm going to give 2 examples because we have 8 different programs that serve our community. With our in-school program, again, we have we work through the district of Mountain View Wistman School District, and that's why we're in all 9 elementary schools, serving every grade level with art and music. So every student is included, including special needs students, special day students. Our financial aid program, which served 164 extremely low and low income students from Mountain View, we use the HUD Section 8 income standards. So if they, or to make it very for ease of access, if they produce a free and reduced price meal letter from the district, they're automatically qualified for the full 70% discount off our tuition.
Okay, thank you, Vicki.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, thank you very much, Vicki. Now going back to public comment, does anyone else want to make a comment about anything they've heard in this section or present to us? Orlando, I know that we were supposed to have one more presentation in this section. Do you know if that person is here?
This is Orlando. Let me check. I thought I saw them earlier. Let me check the name here. It should be Adriana Caldera.
I don't think I saw that name come up at all tonight.
It would have a if they submitted an email address, it'd be at yourwcA.org.
No, that individual is not in the attendee list.
I believe I saw a email public comment submitted. That may be the only thing then.
There was an email submitted, and I did forward that to the commission from the YWCA.
I definitely don't want to take the time to read the email, but I encourage everybody before we deliberate to take a quick look at that if you have questions. It would have shown up in your email box, I think, around 5 o'clock tonight. With that said, I see no additional public comment or presentations. With that, I close the public portion hearing of this meeting. If anyone wants to take a quick stretch, I don't think we want to break. I think we want to power through the next bit here. But if anyone needs just a quick stretch, oh gosh, my back. Anyway, enough about me. I have a couple questions for my fellow commissioners. I did want to ask the timing. I see Julie's doing a stretch too. It hurts right there. I did want to ask about timing. I did have it on our agenda to talk about that. If anyone has any issues that they think they will need to drop off before we are done, I can't promise at all about how long this section will take because it really depends on all of us on how much we want to deliberate. But if anyone knows that they can't make it, have a hard stop for some reason, think that they might at a certain point tonight, please let us know now. You can be honest. If I do find out that some of you do need to leave, I will rush us through even faster. But I prefer not to do that. So if anything comes up, if something comes up, just do whatever you need to do to let me know. Just as a reminder, moving on, we are going to deliberate CDBG and general fund applicants separately as they are two completely separate funds with unique amounts. But first, before we go on, do any of the commissioners have a conflict of interest with any of the CDBG applicants? Christina sent out an email that highlights what might create a conflict of interest, which can include employment, board positions, financial support greater than a certain amount in the last 12 months, and several other factors. If you're not sure, please use the raise hand feature so we can discuss and make sure there's not an issue. Seeing none, I would breathe a sigh of relief because that would have changed our process even more. Let me skip the part about what to do if there was a problem. Fernando and I, along with staff, have developed a little bit of a process to put some order to how the next portion will go. We're going to use the raise hand feature to do a quick straw poll across the applicants. So raise your hand if you have any, if you want to question an applicant's funding level as either too high or too low, or bring up any concerns or thoughts that you have that you think would be germane to discussing them. If you are satisfied with the applicant as is and don't have any further questions, we will try to skip an extensive discussion on them at this point. So I will go through the list of CDBG presentations. Just raise your Zoom hand to let me know if this is one you'd like to discuss, and I will let you know when I have tallied. Senior Adult Legal Assistance, or SALA. Community Services Agency, Senior Services Case Management. Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence. Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. The Bill Wilson Center. I have to physically raise my hand, I don't. 1. Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. Community Services Agency Homeless Prevention Program. And anyone who was not recommended in this group that either presented or did not, that could include the Day Worker Center, like life skills program. I'm giving it the wrong informal name, but would anyone like to discuss that?
Are the ones, I just wanted a point of clarification. Are those ones moved over to the general for discussion about general fund, or are we still allowed to talk about them for CDBG funds?
My understanding from staff, and I'll have them clarify, is that they have moved over anyone to general fund that they thought was a good fit, a good candidate for that.
This is Orlando.
Thank you.
If I might, there's no additional funding in general fund. So if you were to want to fund any of these from the general fund, it would be to be reducing the funding for the other applicants that are listed and recommended in the general fund. If you were wanting to support any of these, recognizing that there isn't funding for it, that can be communicated in what gets brought forward to the council, but you can't allocate funding that we don't have.
Right. So if we want to do a recommendation to put forward programs or applications that there isn't funding for to the council, like, do we do that here, or do we do that when we want to talk about the general fund?
For each group of applicants, we will make separate recommendations, including recommendations on funding and recommendations for what you just said. Look, can we look at this applicant for funding under other circumstance?
Okay, in that, I think I understand. So in that case, I guess I raise my hand for this one.
I'm sorry, do you mean the Day Worker Center Life Skills Program?
Just in general, you can put me down for wanting to talk about all the programs that were not recommended for funding by staff.
But my understanding is that you're not suggesting that they be funded out of CDBG by reducing other agencies' funding. You're wanting to talk about whether or not they could be, the HRC could express support for them should other funding become available.
Yes. And I don't know where to put that, if that's here or so. I just don't know if the Day Workers Center, this program is going to be brought up again to, so if it's not going to be brought up again, then I'd like to raise my hand now for it.
In point of order, this is just a straw poll to take a temperature check, kind of a time check, process check, to see where we are on wanting to discuss in any sense in the next part of this. If nobody wants to discuss an applicant, we don't have to. This was just to get the sense if you want to or not. And so I'll take that as a yes. And actually, I'd be curious for a show of hands if anyone else would like to talk about. I think Day Worker Center was 2 or 3. Commissioner Webb, I'm not sure what your hand is up for. Sorry about the cat.
Well, it's actually for the Catholic Charities. I wanted to have a discussion about that.
Oh, okay. I didn't see your hand up when that came across. Let me just make a quick note. Okay, so if anyone wants to go back through the list, let me know. This is just a straw poll to see if there's interest in talking about it to help us gauge what our next steps in this discussion will be. This is not discussing like what you want to talk about or deliberating on it either. Day Worker Center, I think for Commissioner or Vice Chair, sorry, Romero, you had your hand up for that? Okay.
Yes.
And Ravenswood vaccine, did anyone other than Annette wish to talk about that? Since Annette does, I think I have comments on it. And the Life Moves program. Anyone want to talk about the Life Moves program? Yeah. I did too. And I'm sorry, let's see. My cat knocked over all my paperwork. Child Advocates, the Child Advocates Program. Julie, I think I see your hand up. Sorry.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
Child Advocates of Silicon Valley, because city staff had reclassified it as general fund. I just wanted to understand, do we?
No. We're good. I just mistyped their name and had confused it. So let's go through the ones we were interested in talking about. And I'll just go in the order I saw hands raised if there's more than one person. Just give me a second. Kat really messed up the paperwork. Just a reminder that we have $340,000 available. We are allowed to change allocations across any of them. There are multiple ways we can do that. And we can also make recommendations for future support to council with or without a dollar amount. With that said, Bill Wilson Center, I'll just make a quick point that I wanted to talk about that because the presenter had said that 70K was really their minimum for being able to get this program off the ground, and it was a 1K delta. So I just wanted to put it on the table that I'd like to see if we can find a way to backfill the 1K. But it's close either way. Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County, I believe the only hand raised was Commissioner Webb.
Well, that's actually something, when you were talking about pulling the money, the 1K delta, I was looking at the numbers for our Catholic Charities, and I was thinking of possibly taking them back to the number that they requested the year before. And that would be where we could find that difference, because I can't see them justifying it going higher.
Excellent. That's an excellent discussion point. And I'm sorry, I realized, given that I'm getting a little bit tired, if I could have a backup note taker on, or maybe a couple of backup note takers on some of these points before we continue, because I can help. Thank you. You're really good at it too, so thank you. Just wait till I ask to make a motion. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Kathy, so I'm sorry, I don't have it immediately in front of me. Do you remember, Commissioner Webb, what the previous ask or the previous grant was?
I believe it was $8,000 for the year.
I think it's important to look at whether or not that's for 1 year or 2 years. And I am, based on the budget document, not based on application materials, I believe that the amount was $15,600 over the 2 year period prior to this 2 year period.
Right.
So if I'm understanding correctly and doing the math correctly, that would be going from the recommendation of 19K down to 15K if we need to.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, let's park that on the table to see if we need to move some more money around. And I'm sorry, I took some really pretty notes when the cat jumped up on my computer. I have a very cryptic note that looks like someone wanted to talk about Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. Incorrect?
I didn't capture that. I think the next one was the CSA Homeless Prevention Program.
Yes, for sure. I would like to bring that up, mostly because if you look at it, the request was almost 85K and the recommended total was 76K. So it was a very large delta between the funding request and the recommendation. And I didn't necessarily understand the justification for the big delta, especially after we heard about how much demand there is for that program. So it's approximately, more like 9K delta. So that I would like to put that on the table to discuss. And I think we have a bunch of people who want to discuss the non-recommended ones. The Day Worker Center program, the Life Skills program. Annette, did you have a specific point? Were you looking
if there's any, are these questions that we pose to the it's not what we post to the applicant, it's what we post to staff, right, in terms of their decision?
I think for the most part, a lot of our applicants have left, so I don't know if we can ask any. Actually, I'm not sure. I think we could ask applicants questions looking for
they're still here.
I think at this point, what you're trying to understand is staff's rationale for what we've recommended. So it seems the purpose is to ask questions of staff.
Okay, yeah.
So did you have a specific question or?
Sorry, I'm trying to look at I guess, so I guess my question is more of a blanket question for a lot of the ones that got rejected, which I think I already posed at the beginning of this session. So I don't think I need to ask it again. It's just more of if the group wants to put forth any of the programs that didn't get funding and just like sort of promote them for city council's consideration for additional funding. Just because I feel like the main justification in the staff memo about why it was turned down is because of lack of information in the application. And if it's a program that adds value to the community, then I would rather it not. I would rather it be like still considered for something, despite maybe like an issue with paperwork.
I definitely respect that, Commissioner Lynn, and definitely on the issue of it, if it's a paperwork related question, for sure. The real question, I think, will be of the three in this category that were not recommended, if we would like to make a recommendation that they get considered in a different way, or if we actually try to allocate money to them. So I guess I'm asking you for the first one, Day Worker Center, if you're hoping for the first or the second. Are you asking for money to actually be allocated to that program?
No.
Okay. And for
for allocated from CDBG funds,
yes.
or
yes, sorry, from
okay, I'm not doing that. No, I don't recommend taking money away from other programs to allocate to this.
Okay, great. Oops. My computer is really not liking this meeting. Am I still here? Sorry, everything's flashing on my screen. You think I'm all really a little weird right now. I apologize. Same question, I guess, for you, Annette, is the vaccine program at Ravenswood. I think both you and I raised our hand.
Yeah, I'm not recommending that for getting CDBG funds allocated.
Are you recommending it for the staff to look for other funding mechanisms for it?
Yes, that one I have more questions though about, because I feel like the vaccination program, there's just more questions that I have on the specifics for that. Are
there questions
whether or not it's yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, staff is here if you'd like to, if you think getting a question answered will help you make a decision.
Not at this moment.
Okay. I also wanted to bring this one up in that I completely agreed with the staff recommendation, specifically that because the program wouldn't start until June or July, that would possibly be after many people were already vaccinated. And I also felt it was fairly duplicative of the county's own program here in Mountain View, which is extremely well run and very high capacity. So if the applicant had been here to talk about that program, I would have asked what need it served. And I don't know if staff has a thought on that, like what additional above the top need did it have? But for right now, I have nothing but agreeing with staff recommendation and no desire to push it towards council to reevaluate. Life moves.
Support that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
no, and the timing with the vaccination program, I agree.
It was really. Okay, I think I see where we're trending on that one. And Julie, you raised your hands for Life Move. Raise your hand for Life Move. I did too, but I'd rather let you lead on that one.
Thank you. Actually, I just wanted to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about it and just sort of see what the group was thinking. I feel that certainly programs that are assisting people who are unhoused to become housed are so important at this time. And this has, of course, been it was a huge issue before the pandemic. It's even worse during the pandemic, and it's not an issue that will be solved anytime soon. At the same time, there is a relatively high budget request for the number of people served, and I understand why. I understand the expenses involved. But with such limited funds available to begin with for a long list of important services, I would not suggest that funds be taken away from other organizations that have been recommended for CDBG funds. But I wanted to think about whether to put a recommendation to council that there be if there is other funding available, that this program would be considered. But I also want to hear input from all of you if you all have reflections on the program.
I think I would support that, Julie.
Yeah, I support that as well.
As would I.
If I could ask a clarifying question as the commission is providing this input, whether the exploration of other or additional funds would be to try to fund the full request or a partial request. And that can help us characterize the commission's input.
I'll share my thoughts. I guess, like Julie said, the dollar per person amount was high, and I didn't see it like staff had said, there wasn't necessarily a lot of documentation to go into that. So I don't feel comfortable making any judgment about the amount, other than clearly it's a good program and deserves some amount of money. I can't judge how much.
I feel similarly.
I'm sorry?
I feel similarly, yes. Yeah.
I think if we were able to get a justification for the cost being so high from them, then we may be able to assess it better, a recommendation. But right now, I'm thinking just giving them something as in good faith, a recommendation of something to get them in good faith would be great for them. And then when they come back, they know what their shortcomings were so they can ask for funding in the future and be better well equipped.
I like that. Commissioner Rokito, you have your hand up, I believe.
Yeah, so we've been talking about not being able to take funding from the CDBG or the general funds. So the question on my head has been, then what other sources or where else can the funds come from? Do we know?
If I could respond to that, you can't allocate monies that aren't on the table right now as available. What you can do is say that you would like to support programs beyond the funding that is available, and it will be completely up to council to determine if there are other funding sources and if they wish to direct that those funding sources be used for the programs that are not in the HRC's allocations.
Okay.
Given the limitations that you have on the allocations that you can.
I think that helps to clarify. But it seemed like what I'm hearing, the comments so far, looks like for life moves, we would like to see if there's a way to support them. Is everyone in agreement with that, or most of us are in agreement with that? for life modes that we would like to see if there's possible way for them to be funded somehow. I can't hear you.
If we could do a straw poll with a raise of hands among the commissioners.
Yes.
If you agree, actually it looks, I'm only counting 3 hands.
And mine is already up.
Oh, yeah.
You could no from Commissioner Lynn.
I thought, okay, yeah, she's in there, yeah.
It's a straw poll and I think the majority has spoken.
Us. Okay, good.
Annette, did you want to make a comment on this?
Sorry, no, I couldn't hear what this straw poll was.
If we agreed with Nirvana's suggestion to ask council to, actually, you repeat it. You were much more elegant than I'm about to be.
Yeah, I was saying that it seemed like at least the majority of us would like to propose to council to find a way to support life moves. So she was just taking, raising hands.
Okay, yeah, that was my understanding of what we were doing, so that's why I raised my hand.
Okay, good. Yeah,
we didn't see. It
might have been my timing. Sorry.
Sometimes there's a lag.
So it looks like majority was in agreement to present that to council, right?
Yes, I think we
good.
On the formal motion that we will ultimately get to. But the straw poll is useful in knowing where we're going and if the language looks good. I guess I would suggest the same straw poll for the Day Worker Center Life Skills Program. Do we feel the same that we'd like to recommend to council to fund the program without giving an amount, because we very similar issue that we don't really understand some of the nuts and bolts of the program and the funding, but we think it should be looked at. Should we do a straw poll? Straw poll, please. Hand up if you would like. Looks like the majority to me. And let's do a very quick straw poll on vaccines to just go with staff recommendation, no funding, no further discussion. Does anyone feel strongly like just that? We look like we have a split.
Wait, I want to understand. Are we agreeing with, because I agree with staff.
Yes.
On the recommend. Okay, yeah.
Agreeing with staff and not asking for any additional.
Oh, yeah.
Review. Commissioner Lynn, you have your hand up?
Wait, aren't we doing hands up? Oh, we're not doing hands up that way. We're doing like our real hands up.
That's your straw poll.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just for the straw poll. The raise hands feature on Zoom when we're doing it multiple people at a time seems to have an incredible lag, and this is just an informal straw poll. So, okay, majority. So I do want to park whoever's taking the best notes to help create a motion, what we just discussed about the 3 applicants that are not recommended for funding. I am not going to try to summarize it. Well, I will. For the Day Worker Center Life Skills Program and for Life Moves, we we would like council to consider future potential funding of these programs. We do not feel comfortable suggesting an amount. For the vaccine program, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
For the vaccine program at Ravenswood, we agree with staff recommendation as written, and we don't want to have council consider future funding.
Right, so I might simplify the motion regarding the Life Moves and Day Worker Center. I think this was the language that Commissioner Wilkadu said, which was we recommend to council to find a way to support the Life Moves and Day Worker Center, and that doesn't specify how much or from where. And staff may have some opportunity to provide additional information and recommendation to council regarding that between now and the April 27th council meeting.
Great. Audrey, if you can park the wording for that part of the motion. We still need to talk about what we had talked about, the funding. There was definitely interest from Commissioner Webb to look at the Catholic Charities funding to decrease it roughly potentially up to $4K. And there was some interest in increasing the Bill Wilson Center by 1K and CSA by some of the 9K deficit. But there was no interest in reducing anyone else's allocation. So I do want to point that out, unless somebody has a change of heart. We don't have a whole lot of money on the table to reallocate.
So Ida Rose, I recorded that the straw poll was for the Catholic Charities to reduce it to the prior year, which is 15,600, not 4,000.
By 4,000 is what I meant.
Okay.
Roughly.
And I don't believe we took a straw poll on that. That was just a
that's a discussion point.
Mm-hmm. We didn't have the exact, I don't think we had the exact number of their previous funding right at hand when we were talking about it.
It was 15,600.
Ah, okay. And the current staff recommendation is 9K on a funding request of 20K. So a little bit less than, definitely a little bit less than 4K.
Sorry, this is Orlando. I'm not sure I heard. I thought I heard 9K. Staff's recommendation for Catholic Charities is 19 for the year.
Yes.
Or okay, 99.5 for 1 year. Okay.
So it was they were asking for 19 for the current period, right? The current 2-year period.
So they were
asking 20K.
Yeah, they were asking for 20K. So if if I could talk through the numbers, I just have the table up. You can't see it, but on my screen I have the table up. So if that were to be reduced to 15,600, that would mean that would free up, I guess from their request 4,400, but actually they had already been reduced because there wasn't enough funding. So really, we would have 3,400, is that correct? Of which it sounds as though, excuse me for not remembering who proposed, or a couple of you proposed that 1,000 go to the Bill Wilson Center, and that would leave an additional 2,400 that could be reallocated to CSA for homeless prevention services. That I'm just talking through the numbers as I understood them from what you all said.
Right.
Is that correct?
You had definitely completed the thought that we had not finished having, which is that money, the 3.4K could be reallocated, and that would be the approximate reallocation.
Correct.
On the conversation going around.
I'm a little bit, I need a little bit of clarification here, because what I'm seeing in the binder I have is that CSA Homeless Prevention Services is getting the amount that they requested. Is that different than what, because I have them as having requested $84,700.82, but then staff recommending all of that except the 82 cents. Is that?
No, staff recommended 76,000.
Can staff please just confirm what Julie said?
Yes, for CSA homeless prevention, the recommendation is for 76,000. The request is for 84,700. Table A, page 8 of the staff report.
Okay, I think I'm misreading some of the materials I got, so thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Commissioner Lynn, your hand is still up. I don't know if you had an additional question. I just want to take a straw poll. Other than the 3 agencies in question, Catholic Charities, Bill Wilson, and CSA Homeless Prevention Program, does anyone want to discuss changing anyone else's funding at all? So the other agencies we have not discussed in great detail. Okay, I see no hands. That means at most we have 3.4K in play. I think I'm going to ask if anyone would like to raise their hand if they feel comfortable reducing the Catholic Charities amount from the 19 requested by staff down to their previous year allocation of 15.6. Does anyone feel comfortable doing that? Okay, looks like a majority. For the Bill Wilson Center, so we now have 3.4K just to spread around to the two ones we identified, which is Bill Wilson, which was a deficit of 1K, and CSA, which is a deficit bigger than we can fill. For the Bill Wilson Center, does straw poll, would anybody like to fund them with the additional 1K? So that would leave, Julie's my math whiz now, but that would leave 2.4K additional dollars for the CSA program that we are discussing. Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay, I think we are ready to make a motion on CDBG funding. Would anybody who is excellent at making motions and has really good notes like to give this a try? Audrey definitely has the second part of the motion down, but the first part
I have it all if it would be helpful.
Yes.
All right, so it sounds to me like the commission's recommendation is to approve staff's recommendation regarding the CDBG funding amounts with the following exceptions: to increase the grant for the Bill Wilson Center by 1,000 to be a total of 70,000, to increase the grant to the CSA for homeless prevention services by 2.4 thousand for a total of 78.4 thousand, and to reduce the grant to Catholic Charities by 3.4 thousand to be a total of 15.6 thousand. And then secondarily, to recommend to council that they consider finding a way to support the proposals from the Day Worker Center and from Life Moves.
Ditto.
Somebody can say that they move what I just said.
If that would be okay, because Orlando does have a question for us. Orlando, please.
Yes.
It might be that I'm tired or the lag here, but did I hear also Ravenswood referenced in that motion?
That's accepting staff's recommendation on Ravenswood, okay. So it doesn't need to be part of the motion in that it's not in the table as a recommended.
Understood.
Thank you for that clarification. All right.
Would someone to make the motion to approve the words that Audrey just gave?
I would like to issue a motion to approve to what Audrey just said.
And I'd like to second.
Awesome. We will need to take a roll call vote. Thank you all for your patience on that. And Audrey, thank you for the amazing ability to capture motions like that. Christina, can you take a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Lynn.
I'm going to say no only because I'm not comfortable with making the Catholic Charities request that much lower. But to the rest of it, I'll say yes.
I don't think we can do a split vote on the motion.
Does it need to be unanimous?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Then I will not. So I will just say no, but I'm just stating my reason why.
Sure. Okay. So your vote is no. Okay. Commissioner Wakidu.
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Vice Chair Romero.
Yes.
And Chair Sylvester.
Yes. Okay, and the motion passes 5 to 1 to 1 with an absence. moving along to the general fund services presentations, hopefully this process is mostly working. I think it helped us identify pretty quickly what really needed to be talked to or not. I did want to address that I thought I saw Commissioner Lynn's hand go up about Catholic Charities, and I'm sorry I missed hearing an objection to the funding decrease.
It's okay.
So definitely on this go around, if we could just, whatever it takes, raise hand, raise virtual hand, and discuss this before we get to the motion, that would be great. I think there's going to be I'm predicting a little bit more discussion on this particular block, but we'll see. So sorry, general fund. I'm just going to go through. We'll do a quick hand, hands up to see if anyone wants to bring any of these forward for an additional discussion. So no discussion, just do you want to talk about this more in a few minutes? Community Services Agency Senior Nutrition Program. I see no hands. The Health Trust / Meals on Wheels. United Way of the Bay Area. Seeing no hands. Parents Helping Parents. Ravenswood, I'm having trouble with that. Ravenswood Family Network with their primary health care options. I am seeing no hands. Healthier Kids Foundation. I'm sorry, Commissioner Webb, yes. Day Worker Center, Healthy Meals. Community Legal Services of East Palo Alto. No, I thought I saw a hand. No, no hand.
Yes, there was.
Sorry, got it. If you could just keep your hands up for a couple of seconds, that would help. Child Advocates of Silicon Valley, CASA. I see none. And we, excuse me, have the two that, is it two? Yes, two. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The two programs that were not recommended for funding, which was the YWCA. I see a couple of hands. Two hands, great. And CSMA. I see lots of hands. Looks like four. Plenty for the discussion. Let's do what we did and talk about the ones that had where the people raised their hands first. Healthier Kids Foundation, and I'm sorry, I forgot who brought that up. Healthier.
Xavier, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, well,
Javier.
No problem. I'm looking at it, and I think it's a great program, but I think we can make some adjustments to it, reduce it slightly, if we want to get some funds to other organizations that we feel are deserving, or we want to bring up. Even if we, because when I look at the numbers, it's not a huge part of their budget. So I don't think it'll kill them if we take a little bit away to give to some other needy cause. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Webb, do you have a suggestion at this moment about what you would recommend instead? If not, that's okay.
Yeah, circle back on me. I'm still doing the numbers.
Excellent. Someone wants to do the math. I don't think anyone else had raised their hand on that one. On the Day Worker Center Healthy Meals, I too do not have a specific recommendation. I just had some questions, like some of our commissioners had, about how they derive their number, like how many meals and at what cost. So I'm just going to flag that as a comment I had. I know that the program is fully funded today from other private sources, so.
Can I chime in on that as well? I actually agree with you. It's like it's this fictitious number that's being pulled out of the air, and And if they're getting funding from other places, I think we could definitely move some of that around as well. I think it's still a great program. Like I said, I've visited the center multiple times.
Yeah.
I've actually met with the executive director and talked to her more about it in another capacity. So
yeah, I think I wasn't clear about the way it was presented. It was, so I felt there was a little bit of a defense. I just wanted to understand it. So yeah, I to kind of have a little bit of a flag on that too. But I know it's a great program.
Yeah, it is. We all agree it's a great program, and we don't know what to say about the funding. So I guess let's park that one too. I saw a hand up for, I wrote down Community Legal Services. Oh, Fernando. You're muted.
Yeah, well, the community legal services program, I don't feel like they have they don't have a plan yet for COVID. So I think we can move the numbers around a little bit. I mean, just a little bit.
yeah, I'm in agreement. I think they're starting off, which is great, and they do good stuff. But if we can reduce it a little bit to get it to someone else, because they seem like they're pretty good at knowing what they're doing already. So I don't think their startup cost should be as much. This may be a skinny version, but I'm not sure if that is a skinny version. But yeah, I'm with you, Fernando. Maybe we can trim it a little bit to go somewhere else.
Yes.
Do either of the two of you have a number yet, or because you both use the phrase a little bit, is that like 10%, 20%?
I'm thinking 10%.
Okay, we'll just park that for now.
I agree with the number, with Commissioner Webb, 10%.
So you mean like you both definitely need a little trim. A trim, not a haircut. Okay, and we had multiple, sorry, getting a little punchy. We had at least a couple of us, and I think I forgot to raise my own hand for YWCA. That was one of the unfunded, recommended to not fund. I think it was Julie and Annette and...
I raised my hand for that too. You proposed that we do the same with some of the programs that we did for the CDBG applicants, to go ahead and recommend City Council take a look at that.
Great. And I believe, yes, Julie.
I'd like to add, I was thinking about it even before I saw that the letter had come in from YWCA. From my perspective, the number of intended beneficiaries did seem clear to me. And also, there's such a huge challenge with intimate partner violence during COVID that I just would like to think about whether there's a way to provide some support for the Y in their work to address intimate partner violence. Out of the current funding, if that's possible. I'm open to both possibilities of moving some funds around within general fund to support them, and also recommending to City Council that City Council consider other sources of funds that might be available to support them.
Great. Thank you for that. And just a quick comment from me. I know we had funded them before. I remember talking about them under their previous partner name. It was YWCA and another organization, like began with an M. And I didn't remember remember seeing a significant difference in the two in previous proposals. So I definitely would like to recommend to council that they find a way to fund them. I would also be willing to consider finding a way for us to find money to help fund them, which I know is really, really hard because we we have a really tight budget on this one for sure. Someone, I'm sorry, I just realized an attendee had their hand up, but they have left the meeting. I believe they were from Community Legal Services. And, oh, that's weird. I'm now getting a flashing hand showing up in our attendees. With that said, I'm going to move on to CSMA. Pretty much the screen lit up with hands. So who would like to go first? Would anyone like to talk about CSMA? I will go first then. I have a fairly similar comment to what I made about the YWCA. It's a program that's been in Mountain View for a long time. It's helped a lot. It has definitely helped a lot of Mountain View residents. It's the only arts program that we're looking at. And I think historically, they've met their goals for the program when they've been funded through these funds. So I would like to consider, at a minimum, recommending them to council to find additional funding, but also seeing if we can find a way to find funding in our discussion. Commissioner Solomon.
I agree with what you just said, Chair Sylvester, and I would also like to add that I think there's certainly been a lot of mental health issues for people of all ages during the pandemic. And in particular, I think that for youth, it's been especially challenging not to be with their peers and to have arts opportunities. I think that those opportunities are very important. I think they're often the first to get cut in difficult budget times. But in addition to that, with the mental health challenges that folks are facing, sometimes the arts can be a real lifesaver for folks. And as Chair Sylvester said, this is the only arts program we're considering. They work with a wide range of young people in the schools. And so just wanted to call that out as another reason. I am open to considering, I'd love to be able to provide some funding to them from general fund if we can figure out how to do it and agree. And otherwise to recommend to council that they try to identify another source of funding for the organization and the programming. Thank you.
Thank you. I like your framing on that very much. And actually, I would love to see your framing included in the recommendation we make about mental health and about how arts are always the first one to be cut. Fernando, I believe I saw your hand.
I think Commissioner Webb was first. Now, I just would like to echo what the Chair Sylvester and Commissioner Solomon said about the Community School of Music and Arts. I think that's an important program for our children. I have a daughter, and I like the arts help children develop their their brains, and I think that program will play an important role in a lot of our children's lives and a lot of our children's education. And now that I'm thinking about the YWCA, I think that's also an important program that I would like to suggest to City Council, for consideration. If we get additional funding, I think those two programs are important in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And Commissioner Webb.
Now, I know we're here in Silicon Valley and everything's about technology. But the arts are extremely important, especially to the people that are in the underserved community. And I know firsthand, I've seen a person who had an audition with this organization, and the excitement that she had when she got the scholarship. She got the scholarship, and the development of her over the 3 or 4 years that I've known her, and how important this program is to her as an individual. So, because we're looking at the big picture, but when you look at this individual and how much it's changed this low-income child, I think it's extremely important, like to her well-being. So imagine cutting, 15 of these kids out because of technical errors. I think it's a shame. So not only would I recommend they go into City Council to find additional funding, but I think it's necessary that we at least get something to them to help these in the underserved kids in this program. That's it.
Thank you very much. I like the pointing out of losing people out of the program out of technicality. Seems like a shame. I did have a question for staff I forgot to ask. Is CSMA funded currently through any other programs or any other way in the city of Mountain View?
Thank you for that question. There is an ongoing general fund allocation for CSMA that I'm pulling out my budget here. If I'm looking at this correctly, it's about 77,000. And it may not be supporting the same things as is being recommended through this biannual application process. And I do know in the past that they have received both. They have received both this ongoing general fund amount in the budget and received funding through the application process. But I think it is worth noting that the work that they do is recognized as valuable by the city and is funded.
I think it's is it part of their budget here where it says where they're supposed to list funding sources and revenues? So is that right? Is that the
I'm looking at the city's budget. The city's adopted budget has a line item for CSMA.
I see the City of Mountain View Recreation Division municipal funding has $77,900 as.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
And that's different from their request for this
general fund,
NOFA general fund funding.
So I'm looking at, so their total here looks like 6.2 million, but then from tuition and fees, it's close to 5 million. The rest is made up by a special event, foundation and corporate support, municipal funding from Mountain View, individual donations, and state funding. So it's the 6.2 million minus 25,000 is what we're talking about tonight. In terms of, if you're going to talk about their total program funding, is that what we're talking about?
I was just trying to talk about their total program funding.
Oh, okay.
Just a question about whether there are other funding allocations from the city of Mountain View. I do see that there's somebody from the CSMA organization with their hand up. If the chair would like to ask a question, it's at your discretion to do that.
I believe the hand up, is that from CSMA or from a different organization? I will, I don't know,
oh, no, actually, I believe you're right. That's not from CSMA. That's from
Community Legal Services.
Legal Services, my mistake.
Which I actually would like to address her comment or question once we finish discussing CSMA. But I think we're reaching a point.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I acknowledge Audrey. Sorry if I confused things with my attempt at math. Yeah, I didn't want to diminish like the amount of money we're talking about here, or the importance of the funds that we're talking about at all.
I didn't take it that way. So it just sounded like you were trying to get clarification. Did anyone else, I think we've had almost everyone talk about CSMA, but did anyone else have any other comments they would like to make? No. Well, we'll talk more, so don't worry. I would like to swim backwards, and since we missed this attendee earlier, I would like to promote Patricia to panelist for, see if she has a quick question or comment. I am trying to promote her now. It is not working. Oh, it did. Patricia, if you've already unmuted.
Yes. Thank you. And I do think every time you've called on me, there have been technical issues and I don't know what's going on, but I apologize about that. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here and make myself available to answer any questions that you have. I think somebody was raising issues about our COVID response, or if there's anything else that we can answer. I just wanted to let you know I'm still here.
Especially given this time of night, we really appreciate that. And the good spirit to help us ask any questions and be there for us. So thank you. And also thank you to all the other attendees who are still here and still listening to our deliberations. It's actually really exciting to know that everyone is still listening in. So does anyone have any urgent or specific questions they would like to ask Patricia while she's here?
Yes, actually, yes. Thank you, Patricia, for staying with us tonight. So for COVID, I was not exactly sure, how you guys gonna implement your services during COVID. Do you guys have an actual plan? Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we actually had a huge pivot at the beginning of COVID, because our services, our legal services, are usually done face to face, and especially with the communities that we work with, just the same people who you're funding through this round, not necessarily having access to internet, having smartphones, all those kinds of things. So there was huge tech issues, and we just didn't even know how we were going to even be able to continue services. And we do not only the program that we've applied for here in economic advancement and resilience, but also immigration services and housing services. But we transformed our services so now we're doing a lot of Zoom meetings. We're doing a lot telephonically. The courts do things through the courts, through the phone a lot. And as Katrina was mentioning earlier, we initiated a whole new level of texting programming that we hadn't been doing before. So we would, in this instance, our plan is to work with our existing community partners, and we listed a bunch of them in the application that you have in front of you, that we know that are in or serving Mountain View, and we would like to offer educational opportunities for them to learn about rights, because during this pandemic, the essential workers are the ones that we keep hearing about really being impacted, and those are the folks that we're serving. So we've really identified in this time of COVID that these are groups that we've tried to be serving. We want to reach out more to these groups, and that's why we thought Mountain View would be a particularly great area, because we're already there and providing these kind of services.
Thank you, Patricia. And I have a follow-up question. How technologically savvy are your recipients of your services?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it varies, but I do think we've been surprised to some extent of how much we've been able to you to still continue to do services. And the area where that shows up the most is where we've gotten the most need during COVID has been in our housing because of the issues with rent. And we've done a huge amount of work with people in the community, Mountain View included, where people haven't been able to pay the rent. And so we have a rescue housing fund that we've been able to support them, but also more importantly, working in the community with other community organizations to advocate for the moratorium and also to reach potential client, not potential clients, actual clients, people who don't have enough money to pay the rent, and making sure that they understand what the requirements are that they need to do in order to comply with the moratorium and still be eligible for all that that the moratorium allows. So huge increase in people in that area, and so that makes us know that we can reach people. And then with the texting, again, that was an area, like I said, we weren't doing that much before. We were doing some, but it's really been expanded and we're getting good results, and that's why we keep doing that. And then we do a lot of we're also doing a lot of Zoom clinics, what we call legal clinics, where we connect pro bono attorneys to people with legal needs.
All right, Patricia. Sorry.
I think we both want to thank Patricia. I'm just very impressed at how eloquent and energetic you are right now. So thank you very much. I think we really appreciated hearing that too. So thank you. Thank you so much. I am going to try to navigate us through these waters here. I think I have some ideas of where this conversation is going. I do still think it's going to be a little more difficult than the previous one. But I'm going to start once again with the not recommended for funding applicants and hope for the best. What I am hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong or you have a different opinion, for the YWCA, there's a recommendation from the HRC that we look to see to say that we support them and we hope that the city could find additional funding for them. But we support staff's recommendation at this moment. That's what I heard. I didn't hear that we were going to see if we can find money from another participant in the general fund process. Please, if anyone, Commissioner Solomon.
Yeah, just a comment that I believe, I'm getting punchy at this hour too. I believe that I had commented that I was open to both possibilities.
Okay.
I think what's challenging for me is thinking about, even for the programs where some of my fellow commissioners suggested we might reduce a little here, reduce a little there. As I kind of look at the numbers, it's hard for me to see how we could put together enough funding to support one or both of the other organizations that were not recommended by city staff for funding, with enough funding for it to be worth it for them to go through the whole paperwork process, et cetera. In other words, if we decided to give an organization, I'm just making this up as a hypothetical example, $4,000, that probably wouldn't be worth it given the amount of paperwork. So that's what I'm struggling with right now, in being open to discussing both possibilities for both of the organizations, but being unclear where we would draw funds from to make it worth it.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I appreciate what Julie says. I think a good minimum is $5K. I don't know if that's an official recommendation for a minimum ask, but I think from having all the paperwork to do for money like this, that seems like a reasonable place to go. And I don't yet see a pathway to 5K, although we haven't started negotiating our way to 5K just yet. So I think at this point we're going to have to jump to looking at the 3 or 4 programs that we suggested we would consider reducing.
So could I interject?
Sure.
With the suggestions of the three that there was some comfort level with the lower amount and that lower amount in the vicinity of 10%, that frees up just over $5,000.
Oh, I only heard 10% on one of them.
Oh, I assumed it was 10% across all of them, but
what I heard is that my not yet ready to give a number.
Okay. My broader point is that in order to come up with the full amount of the two that are not recommended for funding, it would be a 27% increase across every one of the grants that are there. So that kind of puts Julie, you said it's kind of hard to picture how we would get to the point of having enough money for these other two. If they were fully funded, everything else would go down 27%. And so that's just what you have to play with.
Right, and I don't sense any desire to reduce across the board or to be able to fully fund the two programs in question. I could be wrong about that, but I really don't think that discussion would get us too far. With that said, for the CSMA, I'm going to suggest that we're in a similar place in that we need to actually go see how much money we are willing to reallocate from the three other programs and see if there are other programs we would be willing to consider at this hour. So I'm going to go back to those who talked about healthier kids. A couple of you brought it up. There was no number or percentage given at the time as to how much you would be willing to see that program reduced.
This is the one with the vision, right?
Pardon me?
Is this the one with the vision?
No. Wait.
Yes, it is. Yes, Healthier Kids is Vision First screenings. Yes.
So my challenge is like all of you. Is it worth it to give them? Is it going to be enough to pull out to make a difference with these other organizations, or is it just leave it in place? I mean, I'm comfortable with, like I said, like what Audrey said, 10% will be a comfort level, where I don't think it would hit them that hard. But then when you start looking at like 27% across the board, that's a hard no. But if we did something like 10% across the board, how would that look? Because we're very passionate about these other organizations, and we think they both benefit the community significantly. And I think that would possibly get them up to a level where they could be funded partially, and it's not like an insult to them. So I may want to consider something like that.
I like your rationale.
The 10% across the board would free up $17,000.
I don't think that's what Commissioner Webb was suggesting. I think he meant just for healthier kids.
No. I did. I mentioned that as well. I said across the board, see what it would look like, just to see what it would look like. If we did 10% across the board, it's 17,000, say 8,000 or 8,500 each for the other two organizations. That doesn't look like a slap in the face. It looks like we're trying.
If I could also add, Child Advocates is being recommended for slightly lower funding than the requested amount. So if we were to take a look at the other organizations besides Child Advocates, I believe that'll get about just a bit over 15,000 if it's 10% reduction from staff's recommendations, excluding Child Advocates.
Right.
I mean, it's just a suggestion. How are we feeling? Based on everyone's faces, it doesn't look like they're too happy with that.
Let's take a really quick non-committal straw poll. Would anybody be willing to consider reducing all or most of the recommended applicants by, say, 10%? Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm willing to consider it. I feel somewhat on the fence about it, but I'm willing to consider it.
I think I'm with Julie on that. I can entertain it.
Yeah.
One like I'm thinking like most of you guys.
I'm on the fence too, but
well, it's
that seems the way to get some money for the other programs, you know.
Okay. I think I'm hearing something that is more directional than it sounds. I think we really, really feel strongly about giving at least some money to YWCA and CSMA. And we are willing to make some potentially, I don't know, call them challenging choices or not. It looks like we are potentially interested in at least some reduction, potentially across the board. We can negotiate that, remember, across the board, but not child advocates because they're already lower, or not something, or more for someone else. I think 10% is our max. I think it also feels too high to most of us. So if we, oh God, if we did a 5% reduction, that is 8.5 thousand to play with. So even 5% across the board is not an insubstantial amount of money.
But then that wouldn't hit the 5,000 amount that we were thinking about giving them as well.
We'd have to decide if we were interested in trying to fund both of them, or if there was a strong preference to fund one over another.
Can I ask staff, in past years where maybe there was a more competitive stable of programs like this, when HRC would make this sort of recommendation to City Council to maybe find funding from other places, what's been sort of the probability of success, or what's been able to be funded, or an average or something like that? What do we have in terms of expectations with that sort of recommendation?
I could just jump in and just share the last 2-year cycle, which the City Council did approve an additional $49,600 in limited period funding to go on top of the $171,000 for a total of about $220,000. We'll have to maybe take a moment to see if we have past budgets. Maybe I can do that in a moment. But that is what the council did for each of the last 2 years. I should say for this current year and last year as part of the 2-year cycle. I don't know if other folks have, if Audrey, you have a recollection farther than 2 years from here, but I can also try to take a peek at the budget. Before
I don't, and I don't know that it would be really indicative of what the council will be in a position to do in the current fiscal condition. I think they'll find the choices as hard as you're finding them, but I wouldn't wish to speak on the availability or likelihood of other funding. And what do they say in investments? Past performance is no guarantee of future returns, or something like that. So I don't know that I don't have those numbers off my head, and I'm not sure how useful they would be, except to show that the council does really think through the importance of the work these organizations are doing, and the struggle that the HRC has, and in wishing to fund more of them and to fund them more fully, right? And so there's a bit of a challenge if you're cutting everything down, or potentially cutting things down and making small amounts to the two that are currently not recommended. What would council's action then be? Would it be to increase? puts a lot more of the open-endedness of what should each of these applicants' total grant be if the HRC is not very satisfied with the reductions you're making to the other grantees either.
It seems that there is some stomaching of a reduction somewhat across the board of a small amount, but I see your point. Will we feel comfortable with what remains for the other applicants? I do want to point out, I don't remember what the WISE funding was for the previous cycle, but for CSMA, their previous funding has hovered around $15K from this program for a few years at least. So if compared to what they're asking, 15K is actually quite a bit less. So 5K is a bigger percentage of it. I want to throw out an idea that's going to require math. So it's going to require someone else to help me. 3 programs were mentioned as where we felt most comfortable reducing funding, and that was Healthier Kids, the Day Worker Center Meal Program, and the Legal Services Program, Community Legal Services. And there seemed to be a little bit of momentum around 10% budget cut in those 3 programs. What if we reduced, and that actually gets us to over 5K if I'm not doing my math correct. But what if for the remaining programs we reduced a smaller percent? I don't know what that maths out to, but it would give us another bucket of money. And by the way, in the past, we have done where this person gets reduced 5%, these 3 people get reduced 10%, this person goes up. We have done this like that before. And I'm sorry, I am.
Who's doing the math?
Who's going to do the math? I did the math on the 3, which was, I think, $5,250 roughly. I'm rounding up a little bit.
Sorry, how much are you proposing that we reduce from these 3?
For just those particular 3, 10%, because that's what, when we were discussing them, seemed to be where we were kind of triangulating. And for everyone else, there seemed to be a much potentially lower comfort level, which I'm guessing is closer to 5. So if we took 10 from those 3 and 5 from the rest, unless someone didn't want to take 5 from a particular program. I'm just curious where that gets us, and I'm sorry that I didn't crunch the numbers.
10% from those 3 and 5% from the rest, excluding child advocates.
We could discuss that. I think there's some sensitivity because that number is already significantly below the funding requests.
Right.
So we could discuss that as an individual line item if people are uncomfortable.
This is Orlando. Folks can spot check me here, but I'm coming up with 11,399. That's by maintaining the 3 Healthier Kids, Day Worker Center, Community Legal Services at the 10% reduction, and the balance of the recommended applicants at a 5% reduction.
I'm sorry,
11,399, but somebody could also spell check me. That'd be great.
Yeah, and if we, and it would be very roughly close to 10K if we did not if we did not apply that 5% to child advocates.
Say that one more time on the child advocates.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little. If we said we were not comfortable specifically reducing the funding of child advocates, I think that would get us approximately to 10K. Someone's going to have to spot check this math, but I think we're getting really close to some usable numbers. So what I would like to do now is a straw poll to see if this is sounding and feeling good to people directionally. At this point in the discussion, are people comfortable reducing Healthier Kids, the Day Worker Center Meal Program, and Community Legal Services by 10%, and all the remaining other programs by 5%, which is looking like it will net us just around $11,400. Raise your hand if this is directionally comfortable and potentially going to work for you.
I guess it's hard for me to answer because then it depends to me on, well, then what are we going to do with that approximately 10K? Is the idea to split it? Is the idea to give it to just one of the other organizations?
We need to discuss.
I'm open to further discussion about that. So I guess that's a hand raise. I'm open to considering that.
I saw everybody's hand except Commissioner Lin. I thought I saw it pop up, but I wasn't sure.
I feel I'm hesitating because I just I feel a little bit less comfortable with the 10% for the community legal services, but other than that,
okay.
But that's my one line item.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
I got over $11,000. So how much do you get, Wayne?
I believe Orlando,
that was doing.
Oh, Orlando, sorry.
not me.
Sorry, Orlando.
Was I doing math? Sorry. It's midnight. Let me check again.
It's just like being in grad school or something.
There was no Zoom when I was in grad school.
This is a typical night for me.
That's good.
Commissioner Romero, can you repeat what you said for the community legal services? Is the request to not reduce community legal services by 10%, but rather 5%? Is that the one change?
Commissioner Lin, is that what you would be happy with? I wasn't sure.
Sorry, can you say that again? I'm like trying to read stuff on my floor here. Can you say that again, Orlando? Sorry.
Sure. Is the request for to rerun these numbers just to check it by reducing community legal services instead of 10%, only by 5%?
Yes, that's what I'm asking for. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I feel like all eyes are on Orlando.
The reduction of those three nets 4,250, but and the remaining is the goal to still maintain those others at 5%, including child advocates. A 5%.
I feel like child advocates is the one we're bouncing around and not discussing. Quick straw poll is. Who is comfortable reducing child advocates by 5%? Please raise your hand. One. So I think that is a no. We'd like to keep child advocates, I believe, at the 15,525 because they've already been reduced from the request. Sorry, I just made your mouth harder. Once we have a solid number to work with, I'm going to just double check that we're okay with that and then talk about how we might use it, just as a way of process.
I came up with 9,400 and change. I don't know, Orlando, where you are. To not reduce child advocate, to reduce healthier kids and community legal services by or day worker center by 10 and everything else by 5. But Orlando, if you could see if that's what you come up with.
Checking.
Okay.
Actually, I think I can skip the straw poll. I think the last straw poll gets us to a number that's approximately $9,400. So while Orlando is tweaking that final number, which I appreciate may change our discussion, I would like to talk about how we could allocate that among the YWCA as well as the CSMA. I'm going to take a straw poll. And who would like to see both organizations get funds, not equal percentage, just get some of the funds? So everybody but Julie.
I'm kind of torn because I just feel like, you know, we're talking about, conceptually, I'd like to see both organizations get some funds. Right. But if we're talking about $4,500 for each, the effort they may need to put into the paperwork and the reporting for that small amount may not even, you know, it may not make sense. So that's why I'm concerned.
Well, but didn't we talk about trying to get some funds here during this discussion, and also proposing to council to also find additional funds? Is that not what we?
I think there's a strong movement to ask for these programs. We would have to decide, but a strong movement to suggest that they get more funding.
So then I think that would kind of boost the amount. So
yeah,
would that help you, Commissioner Julie?
I guess what's hard is that, and I don't think we can ask the organizations, I think in past years, sometimes we did say, like, would it be feasible for you if you got a grant of $4,500, for example, just a hypothetical example, would that be feasible for you as an organization? And I think perhaps Audrey and Christina will remember better than I do that for some, the answer might be no. Mm-hmm. And they would actually not want to take the funds because administering the funds for the amount they were getting wouldn't be worth it. And then I'm not sure what would happen in that case. Well, actually, I guess if they declined the funds, there'd be some proportional distribution to all of the other organizations as opposed to, so yeah, I'm not sure. So that's what my concern is.
I get your point. I think I'm thinking we're not just stopping here. It's raising some fund and asking council to do, you know, do a little bit too. So that's why I'm kind of supporting than nothing at all, than doing nothing for them at all, and them not having any kind of fund. Because I think at the bottom of it all, we all would like to see all the programs funded. And so we're just trying to raise something here in this discussion and see how the council can meet us halfway. I think that's what we're trying to do tonight.
Well, can I interject for a second? All right. Commissioner Lane, were you saying something?
Oh, I was going to sort of build off of that discussion between Commissioner Nwakidu and Commissioner Solomon really quick, if that's okay. Okay, sorry about that, Commissioner Webb. So is staff able to respond to that that hypothetical? If an organization were to turn down funds, would they then be just evenly redispersed among the other recipients, or what would happen to that money?
Well, there's actually a motion or a staff recommendation for both CDBG and the general fund that should there be more or less funds that actually become available, that they would be proportionately distributed. Now, what you've done already with CDBG is you've kind of said you have these other two that you want to fund, so you might not want to make that motion about that because you might not want to increase the other one should there be extra funding. You might want the extra funding to go to the two unfunded CDBG. Now, for the general fund funded one, you're kind of taking a hybrid approach. You're already talking about reducing some and then giving a little bit to these others. And so you would probably then need to determine if there are additional funds. Are you wanting them to be proportional, or are you wanting to take the two that were unfunded given only a little bit and fund them more. And this is all quite hypothetical in that there isn't an identified other pot of funding.
Commissioner Webb.
I'm kind of piggybacking off of that as well. When we look at the YWCA, they're asking for 38 grand. And we're going to give them a little over 10%. Like I said, is it really worth it to them, or would it be more effective if we gave it to the other organization and came in and said, put higher priority on the YWCA if there's more funding available?
I actually really like that line of thinking.
Anybody else think that would be feasible?
Yes, I guess, just echoing what Commissioner Solomon was saying. So, yeah, I don't know if they will be worth for these organizations to, do the paperwork. I know from what I remember from last time, staff said or someone said that the paperwork will be time intensive or to do the paperwork and all of that. So a lot of those funds might be spent just trying to comply with the reporting. So at the end, it might not be worth it for those organizations to get those little funds just to keep up with the paperwork. So I guess that's something we have to consider before, recommending it to the city council.
And I'll make an ironic counter argument that a smaller organization like CSMA, I believe smaller than the Y, because they just the YWCA, I think, combined with with two YWCAs that combined together in the Bay Area recently. So a smaller organization is probably more used to taking a smaller amount of funds. It's a guess on my part, but I'm pretty sure that the smaller organizations definitely take smaller amounts of funds.
Well, I think the one grantee who was given a small amount in the last cycle and then wound up just saying no thank you when we started doing all the paperwork was a pretty small organization.
Do you remember if what was awarded to them was what they asked for, or was it actually substantially less?
It was less than what they asked for.
Interesting. Question
Just
for
to share.
Oh, go ahead, Wayne.
Sorry, I was just going to share that in general, although under the general fund bucket there are 2 requests for less than 10,000. Typically, the 10,000 threshold is a good place to be in terms of sort of like a minimum amount. So it does depend on the agency, but the $10,000 it forms a good sort of critical mass and some efficiencies there. So I did want to just sort of share that. The commission could also maybe just provide staff some direction about maybe priority use of. And I think I was doing the calculations. It does look like it's about 9,400 if we applied the funding reductions, and maybe providing staff a principle in terms of how we might go to maybe it's the CMSA, and then but also checking with YWCA whether some smaller amount would be of use for them, and then we can bring a recommendation to council based on the commission's sort of guiding principle of how to use the 10,000. One thought about how we could help incorporate with the opportunity for some additional follow-up with the organization.
Wayne, if I may, how would you frame that thought into part of a motion? I wasn't sure.
Maybe something like if the commission wanted to sort of kind of target a 10,000, we can kind of do 10% reduction for the two organizations, and then we can just get that percentage reduction for the remaining, except for child advocates, and we can hit like 10,000. And then, so that's the first part. And then the second part would be to provide some input about kind of prioritization for the use of the 10,000, and then informed by subsequent follow-up with the agencies by staff.
Thank you for the clarification. That actually made a lot of sense the second time around. So basically what you're saying is keep the two organizations that we've suggested for 10% at 10%, and then the other organizations except for CASA would get something like a 5.x% reduction, probably like 5.15 or something. Just so that we get to 10K. And we would let you do the math offsite, not here to figure out what that 5.x would be. And then we would, I guess, recommend to staff or to suggest to staff that how we'd like to see the prioritization of the 10K. I may have missed that part. Either we suggest, but I do remember the element of going to the agencies themselves and saying, hey, is this or amount less than this something you can work with, or is it not worth your time, essentially?
That's right. I think that sort of builds off of what Commissioner Solomon was also referencing too. I don't know if Audrey was having a thought there, but I wanted to pause.
Thank you. I did want to point out that one of your grants is already at 5,000, so to reduce it by 5% would be below that. And you do have two that are over 25,000, or three that are at or over 25,000 that you might consider not being so proportional. So if you're trying to get to 10 and you're deciding not to reduce child advocates and not perhaps to reduce United Way, then just to take an extra couple of thousand out of the bigger grants.
5.25% or something. Audrey, I like your thought, especially given the United Way is 5K, but they did seem very comfortable with that amount. That's what they requested. And it sounds like you would suggest that for the Parents Helping Parents, which is also under 10K.
No, I was just suggesting if you not reducing United Way, because that would bring it below
only
5,000.
This is Orlando. Just to chime in, I too came up with a 9,400. In order to come up with 10%, 10,000, the reduction would be, with the exception of Healthier Kids, Day Worker, Community Legal Services, it would be a 6% reduction. The contract or the 5,000 request for United Way, it's $300 reduction.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd be like at 4,700 rather than 5,000. Just to put it in perspective.
Yeah, I think what we could do, if the commission were so inclined to, recommend sort of a tiered percentage reduction. Mm-hmm. So except for United Way, maybe if the commission wanted to also include Parents Helping Parents, we could have a lower reduction that's like tiers. And then there may be a slightly higher tier between 10 to 20,000, for example, and then like a third tier above 20,000 or 20,000 and above, or some such. We can take that recommendation and figure out what the math might be for an equitable tiering if there's a concern about the greater impact for the smallest funding requests.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot. You wouldn't do it right now, right?
Maybe tomorrow by 8, but right now.
We'll see.
I'm just check your math tonight.
Yeah, we have to check the math anyway after a night like this. But
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a teeny bit of a wrench in. I prefer the no reduction for the smaller, really small organizations, and then across the board for the bigger organizations.
Sorry, Chair Sylvester, when you said, you mean the smaller budgets, not the smaller organizations, is that correct?
The smaller budgets, the 5 and the 7.5.
Okay.
I personally think for some of the larger organizations, a larger cut doesn't hurt less because they ask for a significant amount of money. I think that the impact could be pretty significant, at least from what I remember reading. It looks like we're getting awfully close to a straw poll. And it looks like we have two options on the, many options on the table. One would be to do what Wayne just said, which is not reduce these two smallest proposed amounts of the 5 and the 7.5K for United Way and Parents Helping Parents. And then do some sort of to be determined proportional reduction based on tiering of mid-sized and large requests. Getting awfully complicated. Or one would be to do a little bit of a simpler one and just apply, minus the exceptions, apply a 6% or so across. I think that those are the two in play right now, unless we come up with another option.
Is CASA, so we have 3 exceptions. We have CASA as an exception. We're talking about CASA, Parents Helping Parents, and United Way as exceptions. Where we,
our rules, yes.
where we would go with the recommended year 1 total from staff, is that correct? So United Way would stay at 5, Parents Helping Parents would stay at 7,500. CASA would stay at, CASA would be 15,525, which was what staff recommended, which was a reduction from their original. So those 3 would be set aside. And then for the others, I just want to make sure I understand, either we apply a consistent percentage or we apply a tiered percentage.
My understanding is everything on the table is involving a tier. Unless I misunderstood something along the way, we were still okay with 10% reduction in healthier kids and the day work program.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So I did a bit of quick math. If we left those 3 as is and applied 10% across, we would have 13,048.
Wayne's suggestion, I believe, was, or actually multiple people came to the idea, but if we had just tried to get to a flat 10K. Although we could do exactly what you just said. And minus the exceptions, take 10%. But I think there was a lot of discomfort in that.
Okay. Here's the quick math.
No, I'm okay with that 13K the way you're doing it, and that actually gives a bump up a little more to the other organization as an option, and it's not too complicated. It's straight across the board. You ask for 100, we're going to give you 90. The little guys are safe, and we get to fund this other group something nominal.
Which, well, one or both of the other groups, but let's do a straw poll because I'm not sure where we're going to land on this one. How do we feel about leaving United Way of the Bay Area, Parents Helping Parents, and CASA at the level they are, at the recommended level they are at now, and reducing all that remains across the board at 10%? Raise your hand if you are comfortable considering this. I see 5, and I think I will recuse because 5 is enough. Folks, I think I see us heading towards the first half of a motion. I just want to make sure everybody is okay with that 10% reduction across everybody but the 3 exceptions. Everyone's like, yes, does this get me out of the meeting? I jest. No, the more I think about it, I think I like how we can understand what we are suggesting tonight rather than leave it with staff and make them do a whole lot more math. And I think this is just a more elegant approach. It does leave us a very burning question on Commissioner Rokita. What did you say? It was 13? What?
It was 1348. So 13048.
Okay. So what should we do with $13,408? We have the YWCA and the CSMA to consider.
Who's asking for more money? It doesn't have to be equal.
True.
Did it proportionately, then it might end up being back where we were before.
Yes.
Sorry, say that again.
If we do it proportionate, because I was thinking the same thing you're thinking. One's getting 38, the other's asking for 25. Let's do it proportionately, but then the 25 would actually only get like 7. Right? And then it's worth it for them again.
But again, I'm thinking we're going to ask the council to give us a little bit more too, right? This is not just it. This is just us bringing something to the table and say meet us halfway. Right. So that's how I'm thinking. I think the whole picture, not just than just going empty-handed and say, hey, we need money for these 2 programs. But we're saying, hey, we've done our best here. You know, how can you help us to meet us halfway? So then at least we put some effort into it as well.
I like the optics of that. I like the messaging of that. But we need to figure out the halfway. I'm just going to take a straw poll. Who would like amount to be determined, be able to actually suggest funding tonight for both of these organizations? Who really would like to land on that tonight?
As opposed to, sorry, I'm not sure if I understand the options. So I think there was an option on the table that if we decide how much money we're going to pull out, and it's something like 13,000.
Yes.
We can either say this is how we want to allocate it, or we can ask staff to follow up with the organizations, or I'm just trying to understand what the options are for the 13.
I think we have pulled back a little bit on the idea of staff asking the other organization or asking the organizations what they think. We could revisit that though.
I mean, I guess my concern is, like, let's say we decide, okay, we're going to take the 13K and we're going to split it in some way between the 2 organizations, either halfway or proportionately, but then maybe one of or both of the organizations will turn down the money, and then what happens to it?
We can leave staff with a recommendation on that. I figure we don't need to have that discussion unless we decide that intellectually we would like to share the money across 2 organizations or not. And I don't actually currently have a sense of that.
So if we say we're going to split the money evenly halfway, each will get about 6,500, thereabout, like 6,524.
Yeah.
But if we say, okay, we'll give the one who asked for more money, 60% of that would be about 7,800, thereabout. And then the other one would get like 5,200.
Right.
So either we do 50-50 or 70-30 or 60-40, something, you know.
We could. I'm just trying to understand if people are interested in absolutely funding both of these organizations or directing the money to just one of them.
I think we already justified the value that these 2 organizations already bring to our community. So I thought that was already settled. So going back to saying, let's decide whether I want to fund one or the other, I think is like starting all over again.
I disagree. I think We definitely agree that there's value, and we want to definitely make sure that council knows that we see that value. But we didn't really have any dollars in play until we got to this point. And I think knowing how many dollars approximately we have is very useful in deciding if we want to fund one or both.
So what do we all think?
Who would really like to fund both the YWCA and the CSMA with the approximately $13,000 we have identified?
And also, I just want to jump in real quick. I don't know if maybe Orlando can also double check, but I was just running the numbers. I'm coming out with just something a little bit higher, which could help. I'm looking closer to around 14.3. So I
got 14.3 also.
Okay.
That is material.
I have a clarifying question related to that. In those scenarios the number you represented, Wayne, is community legal services also reduced at 10%, or are we maintaining that at 5%?
So everything besides the 3 exceptions will be at 10% across the board. I think that's what the commission landed on. And the 3 exceptions were CASA, United Way, and parents. The rest would have a 10% reduction.
Got it. Okay.
So I guess the other option is to split it in half.
True. I'm still trying to understand if we could still do a straw poll, if we would like to fund to some degree both of these agencies tonight. Can I see a show of hands of people who would really like to fund both tonight in some ratio? That looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 6.
I'd like to hear, though, if it looks as though Commissioners Lynn and Webb would rather fund just one organization tonight, and I'd like to hear their positions on that.
Mr. Lynn, you want to start, or shall I?
Please start.
All right.
I guess for me, I am sort of wondering, the amount is just so low. However way, if we're going to split it, the amount is quite low. I think for either of them, it might be worth it to just give the 14,000 just to one. And which one? I don't.
Yes, I was going to say.
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, for my own personal, I don't really have a strong, I don't know. But it would have a bigger impact, obviously, if we give it to one. Yes.
And I agree with you.
Again, remember, this is not going to be the final amount. We're doing our part here and still going to council to look for additional money, right? Yeah. Is that not what we're going to be proposing?
But there's no guarantee.
Okay.
So we want to say, what is the impact now? Is it going to be 5% of what they asked for, or is it going to be 20% of what they asked for with this 14,000? So if you go and look at the music, it would be 40% of what they asked for, and if you go to the other one, it'd be a third of what they asked for. So either one, I'm more comfortable with that.
Okay, let's take it this way. Let's be more direct. If we were to choose one of the two, which one we will go for? Who will get the money? Because sometimes just the winner, there's only one winner. So here's
one way to look at it, which is the way I'm thinking about it, is if you look at the total budget for the whole program for all of their funding sources, like the YMCA has 2.4 million, and then the music CSMA has like 6.2 million. So if you look at the proportions of what each is asking for, like for the YWCA, it's a larger proportion of their total budget that this would contribute to. So if you're talking about impact only, it would be for the YWCA.
I think though, in terms of impact, it's hard like to think about like how many people are served, you know, and
That's
trying to figure out
yeah.
those numbers, like how many people served, what is the, this is a thing, like if we were comparing two programs that were focused on the same outcomes, it would be a lot easier to compare them. But we're talking about, apples and sheep.
So oranges.
You know, like, or sheep or dinner plates. Like it's just very, very different. I will say that I was hoping that someone from the Y would join the call tonight. So both the Y and CSMA submitted, you know, letters or emails arguing for their case, which was, I thought was a good thing for them to do. And I was hoping that someone from the Y would join. I'm not sure if someone joined and then had to leave or had a tech problem. So
I think we had a Vicky Grove, right, from the Y. She joined earlier.
Vicky there was a Vicky and she was with CSMA.
Yes,
I don't know if there was another.
He's with music.
It's hard because I would have liked to have heard directly from the Y and had like a comparable discussion to what we had with CSMA. I mean, CSMA is also Mountain View based. You know, the organization is based in our community.
Okay, so then should we say since CSMA was present, then maybe they get everything, and because you have to be present to win, right?
I don't think that's the rule.
That's right. Just get us moving.
It's hard. I mean, I'm just putting out like
for that though.
I'm sharing just some of the thoughts I had, which was that I saw they both sent
they
letters.
came here to defend their case.
I skimmed.
They showed up. You know, CSMA showed up, but YWCA or whatever didn't show up. So,
we don't know for certain that they didn't show up. I didn't recognize everyone on the attendee list, but they didn't stay around to give their case. You're right.
I was just say it wasn't in the stars.
Though technically both agencies did submit for the agenda comments to
right.
the agenda.
Yes, that's
so.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see both of them get something though.
Well, yes, at this point it's hard to know what they really will accept. You know, if we were going to split the difference, you know, in them, we will not know for sure until they find out how much they're getting. If it's worth it for them to, you know, do the filing and do the compliance paperwork and all of that.
Yeah.
It is hard to know. So I think at this point we just have to make a decision, you know, and just kind of hope those two organizations will like the funds they're getting, or if one of them is getting all the funds, you know. So they have a big budget, obviously, both of them. So this is just little money.
True.
And related to that point, it occurs to me earlier, I can't remember who brought up about the point for one of the programs that it was like a kind of a startup program. And so for something like that, if it's like a new program or it's a new offshoot of a program, you really need a certain amount of startup funds or you can't get it off the ground. But I think that for both of these organizations, that the programs are already going. It's not like starting up something new.
Yeah.
I think. So.
That's too.
Pardon? Sorry.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. Which means perhaps it's more likely that they could use a small pot of money as opposed to not being
nothing at all.
A small pot of money. That doesn't mean that they, you know, I don't know how they would feel about the paperwork that's required in relation to the small pot of money, but at least I think that for both of them, the interventions they've proposed are already ongoing and funded with a bunch of other sources.
To get us moving along, I hope, There is definitely consensus to try to fund both. There is also definitely consensus around concern if they could use whatever a small pot of money is. And now we're starting to just guess, and so we should stop doing that. I recommend that we figure out how to distribute the 14.3 and have an action to staff to go talk to both recipients to see if whatever that amount that we suggest for them is something that they accept, can accept, and will work for them. We can debate it all we want, and we're not going to find the answer here tonight.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Ida Rose, it sounds like you have 2 straw polls that could be 2 motions, and someone can make a motion for either one and see if a motion carries or if a motion fails.
I agree with you, except I don't think we know how we would wish to split YWCA versus CSMA. I do want to point out, no matter what we do, it's still a relatively small amount of money. So if we say 60-40% versus 50-50 or some other combination, it's still going to be pretty close to the same.
Yeah.
So I really, really, really want to get to that motion that Christina is talking about. I'm going to do a straw poll, sorry. How do we feel about splitting the 14.3 equally between the CSMA and the YWCA? Are you okay with 50-50 split? And let staff figure out if that's acceptable. 3 hesitators, if you have a strong argument, please make it now. I mean, I've heard all of the arguments, but
speak now.
It's totally okay to suggest, throw up your own straw poll if you'd like. Like if you think you want to do an 80-20 or something else, please do.
I mean, if we were talking about more than a de minimis amount of money, then I would say proportionate would make more sense. But I think because we're talking about so small of an amount,
yeah,
I'm comfortable with this.
That's exactly my reasoning.
And
I agree with that.
The $5,000 threshold that we were talking about.
True. I am certainly open to hearing other arguments. Hearing none, I think we are headed towards a motion. Audrey is my awesome motion maker because of her incredible notes. But if someone else would like to put this together, this one's a little more complicated than the previous one, so.
I can help.
Please do.
So the motion would be to fund the staff recommendation for United Way, Parents Helping Parents, and Child Advocates of Silicon Valley to fund a 10% reduction in all other of the staff recommended amounts. And I have not worked those dollar amounts out as I had with the other, but we know staff can figure that out. And then to take the 14.3 thousand generated by those reductions and split them evenly between the YWCA and CSMA, which is approximately $7.1 or $7.2 thousand for each of those 2 agencies, with staff to follow up with those agencies to see if they would accept that amount if that was what was awarded to them. And my understanding is also that the HRC's input to the council is that they, similar to with the CDBG, unfunded grantees would wish wish that it were possible for the council to find other ways to support the 2 agencies not fully or funded at the level of significantly below what they requested.
I would like to make a teeny tiny amendment that if either or both agencies reject the money, that money be redistributed to the programs that we had done a reduction to.
So, sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, if one or both of the agencies reject the money, that money be redistributed, reallocated to those programs that we have just decreased by 10%.
Can it, so if say one rejects it, everybody gets funded, including the one that we just funded?
Except for the, well,
yeah, I think if one of the two organizations rejects the 7,000 something, should that amount go to the other organization?
Yeah, for clarity, I'm just going to say yes, because they have now become one of the funded agencies that we have been talking about.
Yes.
That gets a little bit gaming between the two of them.
Well,
no, one hopes one would say, I don't know.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I'm not sure that I have the brain cells to articulate why that feels a little bit.
Yeah, a little uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well, they would only get a small percentage if we're going to redistribute it back to the other nations. So instead of getting 7.1, they'd get like 7.6 or something like that.
Even less, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying that if one of the organizations or both reject the 7,000 something, that amount would then be redistributed proportionately across all of the other organizations. Did I understand that correctly?
To all the other organizations that we had reduced by 10%. Actually, that does, I think I see Audrey's point. Because we did not reduce one of the two that we...
Right, and then what does proportionately mean?
It gets really messy mathematically. Right, so only to the agencies that we had reduced by 10%.
Oh, so the money, in other words, goes back to those agencies, in quotes.
Right.
I see. Yeah, I see.
I mean, a fairly small amount for each agency, but...
And does the group feel that regardless of how the two agencies, the YWCA and CSMA, respond regarding the approximately 7K, regardless of how they respond to that, we would want City Council to try to find other funding for them?
That was...
So, in other words, if one of them says, gosh, we just can't, it's not feasible for us to accept that amount alone, that City Council would say, well, would still be willing to look for some other source of funding for them? I guess that would be up to City Council.
Yes, I think that gets really, really messy. I think Audrey's motion did say that we would like City Council to look for more funding for both of these other groups as well, to fund them to their full requested level. I believe her motion said that.
I think, actually, I'm not sure.
And there are no guarantees, but yes.
The full requested level, because here's where I have an issue, that if we're going to recommend to City Council that they try to find other funds to support YWCA and CSMA to their full requested level, how about Child Advocates of Silicon Valley that had a bigger cut?
I would just try to not get to that fine level of debate. I mean, it might be that it wouldn't be to their full level if everything else got cut by 10%. Maybe it would be to the, what they requested minus 10%, and then everybody took a little haircut, right? Including the child advocates in terms of what they got recommended at compared to what they requested. Right, and it's all hypothetical anyway.
Absolutely.
In terms of how much it might be in council's ability and interest to increase. But I think what you're noting is your interest in bringing these two that were not recommended for funding some amount of money and up to similar to what the others wound up receiving with their haircut.
I agree with that.
I am hoping Audrey's motion is, suggested language for a motion is still fresh. Show of hands, we good? Or does anyone need that recapped? Looks like we more or less get it. Would someone like to make a motion referencing Audrey's wording?
I'll make a motion to adopt Audrey's wording for concerning our recommendation for use of the general funds for the public service applicants, and concerning our desire for City Council to identify additional funds for the two organizations that were not initially recommended for support by city staff. Audrey, is that sufficient?
Yeah, I might say to more fully fund the CSMA, YWCA applicants. And then there was Ida Rose's point about if either of those upon staff follow-up would not be able to accept that amount of grant, that it be reallocated to those whose funding levels were reduced by 10%.
Okay. I propose to include that. I move to include that in our motion. Thank you, Audrey.
I will second all of that. I will not try to repeat that. Thank you all for putting that together, though. We will need a roll call vote. Christina.
Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Lynn.
Yes.
Commissioner Wakidu.
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Romero.
Yes.
Chair Sylvester.
Absolutely, yes. Whew. So the motion carries. We have made our decisions about general funding. With six yes, one not here vote. So excellent work. Round of applause. Now the next part of the agenda begins. Yes, round of applause.
Madam Chair, I have a point of clarification for staff.
Yes.
Item number 5 in your recommendations, does the commission need to accept staff's recommendation for item number 5 for allocating the 3.7 million of the home funds?
Oh, yeah, I think that was my understanding, is we have to also discuss that.
Sorry, it wasn't on my agenda.
It is. It's part of the recommendation. So I think if you read the recommendation, and then maybe Orlando or Wayne can summarize briefly that recommendation, then we can discuss and vote.
Sure. We can do a recap of it. The recommendation is to, because it was not part of the NOFA process, there are projects that could be used, and it is difficult to find capital projects to fund. The recommendation is to go ahead and directly allocate it to housing projects or capital projects. One of them being the potential rehabilitation of Crestview Hotel for various housing needs. And if the commission supports this recommendation, it would be included as part of the annual action plan, which would go to council. And then the funds would be available for application towards such projects in the next fiscal year.
Question for staff, actually, Commissioner Solomon.
Yes, I just wanted to understand, if we don't support it, I mean, when I first read it, I was like, oh, I think that's a great idea. I think if we don't support it, what happens?
I think if there was not a support, staff would include that recommendation to council for council consideration. We would, I think, still be on the path of staff recommending that for council, but if council also did not support it, we would likely need to go out for a NOFA process specifically for capital projects.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That was what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Question for Wayne. If the it seems like the Crestview project is really the one in question. If that project doesn't happen or falls through some way, what then happens? Would we go back through the NOFA process or?
Yeah, then what would happen is I think we would include it in the annual action plan. Crestview would be one of the potential housing projects, but we would like to keep it flexible because there are other projects in the pipeline. But to the extent that some or substantial portion of that amount does not get used for that purpose, then we would, I believe, need to go through a substantial amendment process to find other uses for those funds.
Follow-on question. I have no idea what the Crestview value is or what the owner is asking. Is the 3.7 a substantial portion of the price?
Yeah, so the concept of Crestview Hotel would be a partnership with the county to be, the county would be the negotiator and the acquirer of the site. They still need to go through their due diligence process and negotiate with the hotel owner. So the appraisal and the estimated value would be surfaced through that process. So
okay, hasn't yet. Got it.
Correct.
And we have other parts of the responsibility with regard to delivering that project if it were to go forward, and so there, that would be the use for these funds.
Correct. So the city's partnership side is to provide the funding for the rehab or the remodel or the renovation to make it a residential project for folks with various housing needs.
Okay. Do any of the other commissioners have questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, is everyone okay that we don't deliberate on this item and goes directly to a motion? Show of hands if you're okay with going directly to a motion. Looks mostly unanimous. I'm going to say it is. Audrey, can you help me form the motion?
Someone can just read item number 5 on the staff report if they have that handy.
Digging it out.
Page 2, the top of page 2, it's the recommendation number 5.
Sorry.
I can read it.
Great.
Allocate approximately 3.7 million of available community development block grant and home investment partnership program funds for capital projects, including the potential rehabilitation of the Crestview Hotel, a project that would meet various housing needs.
So that is are you motioning that, Commissioner Wakito?
Yes. Yes.
I second that motion. And we will need a roll call vote, Christina.
Commissioner Ball, Commissioner Lynn,
Yes.
Commissioner Wakito,
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon,
Yes.
Commissioner Webb,
Yes.
Vice Chair Romero,
Yes.
Chair Sylvester.
Yes. So the motion passes 6-0. Another round of applause, this time for real. Excellent work. I know everyone wants me to shut up, but I just want to thank everybody who had been on the call, the 20-something attendees, some of them who stayed almost until the bitter end, all of the commissioners for their thoughtful process, and of course to Orlando and Wayne and Christina and Audrey staying up this late, and yes, more round of applause. Yay. Couldn't do it without you. Don't know why you didn't leave us earlier in the call. This is so incredible. This is like graduate school level, like let's stay up all night and write the term paper level stuff. So I'm very impressed we all can still do it. With that said, I'm moving on to the last item on the agenda, which is item 7, commission staff comments, questions, commission reports. No action will be taken on any questions raised by the commission at this time. Do any commission members have anything they would like to share? Shocking, no. Would staff like to share any updates?
I have one very brief one.
That's okay.
I want to appreciate the members of the commission who participated in the community workshops for the strategic roadmap process, and note that you as a advisory body will have an opportunity to consider a list of potential projects that are going to be generated through a city council workshop on the 16th of March. And following that, at your April meeting, the potential projects that come out of that council workshop, you'll get a chance to identify which you think are priorities. And I just wanted to give you the heads up on that.
That's really awesome. I'm glad I went. Oh, cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Wow. Neat. Awesome. Well, this meeting is adjourned at 1:09 a.m. on the 5th of March, the day after we started. We adjourn till our next regular meeting of the HRC Commission, scheduled for April 1st, 2021, 6:30 p.m., same place, same bat channel. Thank you all for attending and your good spirits and your great ideas. And you can go to bed now.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Sleep tight.
Good night. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, city staff.